Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. And I trust my viewers who are joining now to be as well as they can be, given whatever circumstances might be arising in world, body, and mind. Allow me to set the intention for this space as we await such first guests to arrive. May this be a space full of possibility and wonder. May we join together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. And I'm hoping that in any way I can be here as the host of this space to comfort you, affirm you. I would be honored to have that opportunity, and I look forward to all of our interactions we'll have today. Here we are at the beginning of this live, and so many things that we could possibly do. So many conversations to have on life, the universe, and everything. I very much am excited for it all. And I want those who are joining now to know that no matter what they are going through in life, be it a difficult thought or emotion or circumstance, that you will make it through this, and I believe in you. Hello JV, welcome. You are very early. Life has a way at providing us challenges, but it's my intention that these challenges do not bring us down, but rather uplift us, because we can work with them to build ourselves up. We can use them as prompts, as inspiration to become stronger, become wiser, become more open. And hello Heather K. And hello Vita. My Saturday has been pretty well so far. Thank you. Nice to see you too, Qualia. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for blessing us with a community fest so early on. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Rob, hello, as it is. Thank you for your rose too. Radhe Radhe. So since you all are so early, that means that I get to have some fun with you. My early guests, you all know hopefully that I like to ask you all the question of the day. And today I'm wondering something from you, which maybe you can inform me. I'm wondering, what can never be lost to time? For it seems as though, by the shifting sands of time, that everything that comes surely must go. But what is it that is just as beginningless as it is endless? What can never be lost to time? That I'd like to know. And thank you, Dub Darker, for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. H, shares Dub Darker. See, we've been cutting down the length of salutations. We started with hello, became hey, then hi, and now it's just the letter H. H. Hello, Dansuela. Leo the Bard, you share math. Math can never be lost to time. It is always rediscoverable, isn't it? Matter, shares Zed Henson. The very substance of this universe, it cannot go, merely change forms. Hello, Kimmy. Hybrid Jen, you share unforgettable memories. Well, if they're truly unforgettable. You're very right. And thank you, Cryptic, for your heart-me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Ashley, thank you for your heart me as well. Hare Krishna. The spark of inspiration, shares Heather. I love that. And that is true, Cryptic. It is indeed raining. A mother's love, shares Max. I love that answer, indubitably. What can be done to rid oneself of the love of the mother? Nothing, of course. And Emmy, you share that yesterday you saw my live for the first time, and now you were looking forward to it all day. And thank you for sharing such lovely words, and I'm always happy to have you here. Freddie Mercury's cat, you share love. Love can never be lost to time. I agree. And Chris, you concur, a mother's love, especially. And thank you, Liv, for your pair of perfume. I was just smelling the roses and such a fragrance. Thank you. Radhe, Radhe. Simply Dawn, thank you for your heart me. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your finger heart. And Disco Love, there's a finger heart for you too. I don't think I have a disco for you, but you certainly have my love. Oh, the raccoon is back at it. The little baby raccoon in the tree, my cherry tree. Eating some nice cherries at the top of the tree. Sometimes you gotta go high. Risk it all for that delectable sweetness. I'm afraid he's too far away to be seen. I think we struggled with this last time. The soul, shares James. I like that answer. Energy, shares Dem Dancing Bones. Indeed. I'm happy you like the vibe here, Leo. And I'm happy that you like my hat living zombie. And my pin, Kimmy. Experience, shares VBK. I like that. Our connection to source. That's beautiful, Dansuela. Yes. 90s girl, you are wondering, do I think physical beauty is important? I think beauty is important, but it need not be expressed in any way in particular. There is beauty in the physical, there is beauty in the emotional, there is beauty in the mental, there is beauty in the spiritual. And beauty definitely deserves to be seen. Jez, you ask, is it wrong to be in a lustful connection? We use the word lust in such a way that sometimes it is okay, but the difference between love, lust, and business. Do you know this? I have to tell you. Do you know the difference between love, lust, and business? I'll tell you. If it's all about what I can give you, and not about what I can take from you, then that's love. If it's all about what I can take from you, and not about what I can give to you, then that's lust. And if it's just as much about what I can take from you as it is what I can give to you, then that's business. Unfortunately, a lot of relationships are built on lust, and if you're lucky, you might get a relationship that's built on business, but truly, it is a miracle wherever a relationship is built on love. Batty XOX, you share that nothing can survive the test of time through string theory. I like your physical answer. But tell me more about this nothingness that can seemingly last forever. And Cryptic Canuck, you share your love for your cat will never, ever, ever be lost to time. I love how much you love your cat. And Fragu, thank you for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Laurie, for your heart me too. Jai Sitaram. And JV, thank you for your rose as well. Radhe, Radhe. Nothing is ever lost to time, shares Jay. All is known. I love that. Eternity shares Anna. Consciousness, shares Gaia. Good morning, Fragu. Namaste, Chloe Evans. And Cryptic Connect, you share human impact to the environment. It's very hard to ignore these things, isn't it? Wonder and Jer, you share the universe and your jar of olives. I'm happy to hear that you have such a permanent connection with your olives. Olives are tasty, I agree. And thank you, Maggie, for your hand hearts. Here's some for you as well. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you, John F., for your heart me as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Lori, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! Happy Pride, G to Infinity. Your cat love, shares Lori. I'm happy to hear that. Ches, you ask, goes business wrong? Wrong is not a word in my vocabulary. I just say that you will be lucky to have love beyond give and take. When it's all about give, that is especially wonderful. But just because something is wonderful doesn't mean that anything else is wrong. It just makes it a kind of preciousness that we should cherish. That's all. Chloe, you keep hearing yippee. Well, you're not alone. Thank you, Brilliant Genius, for your rose. Radhe Radhe. And Fragu, you share that your name in English is Strawberries. Fraguta. I love that. Well, I'll have to call you Strawberries then. And Cryptic Canuck, you share that you suppose history can never be lost to time, can it? Sometimes we might lose someone's perspective. Sometimes some dominant perspectives on history survive. But no inconsistency can last forever, and slowly the truth may prevail. Thank you, Laurie. I am feeling as well as I can. And life, you share, John F. I like that. And G to Infinity, you share that infinity cannot be lost to time. I love that. Cryptic Canuck, you share that not to sound dramatic, but you would sacrifice yourself for your cat. Oh, the universe loves a bit of drama. Consciousness. Is a great answer, Gaia. And Wander and Jer, you ask, did I lose a love? You can never lose love. You can only lose maybe a form of love. But a form of love is just the vehicle for it. That resource is always within. Memories, shares Michelle. I love that. And hello, Lola. Hola, Lola. The soul, shares Brilliant Genius. Oh, you are really living up to your name. So brilliant you are. And hello, Hazimari from Texas. Howdy do. And hello, Ren. Thank you, Peter Schaefer, for your rose too. Om Namah Shivaya. And Strawberries, thank you for your friendship necklace. Radhe Radhe. Stray Kids Voices, you share a mother's love. Yes. Harry Potter proves this, doesn't it? And hello, Eric, from Niagara Falls. Radhe Radhe Ren. So I thank you, my dear viewers, for exploring this topic with me. The Buddha once said that to go and search for that which is impermanent is an ignoble quest. And if you were like me, you were like, what does ignoble mean? Egg noble? What's noble about an egg? Noble actually has an opposite. It's called ignoble, and I'd never heard that prefix before, ig. But to go and search for that which is permanent That is a noble quest. And brilliant genius, you add to the tail end of our conversation everything we have yet to experience. And I love that. And Don Suela, you share that you love that a mother's love is a common answer. It's very true. You love your child forever. Oh, you make me cry, Don Suela. And hello, dear Gab. Thank you. Ren, you ask, do I think the universe is egg-shaped? It could be. It could be some kind of four-dimensional egg. Maybe not. See, the shape of the universe is determined by its curvature. Generally, curvature comes in three types. Spherical, also known as elliptical, and egg-like would fall into that category. Flat or hyperbolic, like a Pringles chip or a saddle. You can measure the curvature based on a triangle. If a triangle's angles add up to 180 degrees, then you're in a flat geometry. If the angles add up to more than 180 degrees, then you are in a spherical or elliptical or egg-like geometry. If the angles add up to less than 180 degrees, then you're in a hyperbolic geometry. So scientists have drawn very large triangles with the universe on stars and measured the distance between them, and it seems like this universe is very flat. So this means that it's probably not an egg. But who knows? Maybe if you go infinitely far in one direction, you'll end up where you started, where you came from. Just like walking along the surface of an egg. Now there's a cute little bunny underneath a cherry tree eating all the cherries that have dropped. It's wonderful seeing all the animals that have come. First it was the birds this morning, then a raccoon, and now a bunny. Everyone's getting in on the action of the cherry tree. How wonderful these trees are that give shelter to so many, provide food for so many. Trees are a sacred resource on this planet, for sure. And thank you, Andrea, for your rose. Radhe or Radhe. MJ, actually you are early. I was late. And thank you, Sarah Lynn, for your quintet of tiny dinies. A heart me and a trio of roses. Radhe or Radhe. There is a plane passing overhead. And GDC, you share. Shout out to your cat, Jade. She crossed the Rainbow Bridge, got her urn back from the vet this afternoon. It is a time of great passing for a lot of cats. I think in the last 3 days or so, maybe 5 people have told me that they've lost a cat. So they are being called to some great war, perhaps, a war that is fought with love and purrs. I'm sure that wherever they are needed in the universe, that they took the call to action, and they will have lots of love to give wherever they go. And that's a beautiful connection that you share. Her urn is as small as she was when she was a kitten. Oh. But her heart was bigger than her whole body, bigger than the urn. Ah, the heart of a little kitten. The heart of any such small creature is so big indeed. And Ren, you ask, where does my soul feel most at ease? The soul is the place of ease. It does not find ease because you find ease in it. Abiding in one's soul, called Atmanishta in Sanskrit, is how you become peaceful. The easiest way to become peaceful, just Abide as you are. Enter your own soul. Dissolve in the flow of your own awareness, and you will find ease. Hello, Robin. And Shoshana Alexand. You ask, what if it's a shape we can't even perceive with our tiny human brains? Well, mathematically, we can go far beyond what our senses can tell us, because we are able to follow logical procedures step by step, and that gives rise to kinds of geometry that we can't fathom all at once, but we can fathom little pieces of it one by one. And so scientists, mathematical scientists, they have proven that there are 8 types of 3D geometries. There are spherical geometries, as I said. There are flat geometries, also known as Euclidean geometries. There are hyperbolic. These things we can fathom relatively well. Maybe not as much hyperbolic geometries. But then the other 5, they are various combinations of those 3. There's like cylindrical geometry, which is spherical in 1 or more dimensions, but Euclidean in 1. You could also have one that's hyperbolic in a few dimensions and Euclidean in 1. And there's also a couple other more complicated geometries that 3D spaces, universes can exist in. Like I don't know if I can explain. These are geometries that I don't understand myself. They have very funny names, very unoriginal names, because they're named after mathematical objects like SL3 twiddle or something. Special linear group in 3 dimensions, the automorphism group of that. And there's also other it's called degenerate dimensions. But we have categorized that anything in 3 dimensions must exist according to 8 different kinds of geometries. And it's called the geometrization theorem, and it took many centuries to prove. Lots of great geniuses were able to enumerate. And of all the 8 types of geometries, we think that our universe is Euclidean. Euclidean just means that there's no funny business. Any other geometry has some kind of funny business. That you go in one direction, you come back, or you end up upside down or inside out, or if you try to go in a straight line, you'll end up spiraling, or you'll get lost because there's exponential space in only linear directions. Euclidean space is just pretty normal, unoriginal. The universe is a potato chip, shares J. That would be an example of hyperbolic geometry. But so far we think that it is Euclidean rather than hyperbolic. But it could be hyperbolic or spherical on very large scales. But these are not scales that even the greatest instruments that we have created have been able to detect. And thank you, Gina, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And MJ, thank you for your 10 roses. Radhe Radhe. Jesus Christ of Nazareth, you ask, if consciousness was an organism, what do you think it would be? That is the story of the universe, is it not? Consciousness is the very life essence of all organisms. It is from consciousness that we found ourselves expressed in this human form, that cats find themselves expressed in a feline form, that dogs in a canine form. Consciousness is the very foundation of all life. In Cryptic Canuck, you ask, how can you make 3 hours fly by? You're working at a market and cruise ships don't come until 8. When you are 90 years old, maybe 100, you are lying in your bed thinking about your life. You will not have wished for any moment to have passed by like that. You would want to be bored, young as you are. You would want yourself to enjoy the moment for as it is, no matter how long it takes. In fact, the older you get, the more you appreciate these moments where you get to wait, just sitting, just being with yourself, because it's so precious. It's true, Gab. All week we have been comparing things with potatoes. Why is that? Potatoes are universal. They can occupy so many different shapes. They fulfill so many different culinary niches. Thank you, Chelsea, for your finger heart too. Radhe, Radhe. And Candle, thank you for your heart me and hand heart. Here's some for you as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Sky, for raining upon me with your heart me. And Jai Sitaram. Ren, you ask, how can you overcome the incessant How can you overcome the incessant over-intellectualization of your ego understanding things? And so, wait for it, preventing your soul's realization and ascension and enlightenment. In Vedanta, in the study of ancient scripture, there's 3 levels of understanding. What you have described is the second. The first is just listening. We can listen to a teaching, but not intellectually understand it. Like, we can listen to what your professor says. Your professor can say that a monad is a monoid in the category of endofunctions. But you don't know what it means because you haven't quite intellectualized it. But once you figure out, you break open these definitions, you play with it, you give yourself some examples, then you can intellectually understand it. But even if you intellectually understand each moving part, how do you make it practical? Well, that's the 3rd level of understanding. Nididhyasana. You can intellectualize all you want, but as you said, to get to practical realization, we must implement these things. So ask yourself, the more I think about this, how am I able to implement this in my life? For example, I could tell you that you are the soul, not the body nor the mind. I could tell you again and again that you are distinct from these things. But how do you make it practical? How do you shift your behavior so that it becomes a living experience for you? Well, for example, you might use monads in your programming. You might use them as a model to achieve certain functions. And with the soul, you might act as if you were serving it within everyone, since that is the definition of a soul. shift your behavior to represent that which you have now acquired as knowledge, and then it will become an experienced truth. You will see the direct way in which this makes a difference in your life, and therefore it must be true. Ren, you share, it's like you're always getting in your own way, and you're wondering, how did I come to know these levels of understanding? And where can you look for more information? And how to not compartmentalize the soul, body, and mind, and to feel integrated and whole. I love your sincere inquiry. It's so beautiful. You are a true seeker. These are the 3 levels of understanding in Vedanta, which is a school of philosophy in India. Vedanta is the practical methodology of realizing the ultimate truth. Not just something that they want you to believe, something that they want you to practice so you can see it for yourself. That's right, Vedanta. You've written it perfectly. And the 3 levels are Shravana, listening, Manana, intellectualizing, and Nididhyasana is making it experiential, making it practically available to you as a direct truth. If you just look up the 3 levels of understanding in Vedanta, these will come up for you. And you asked how to feel integrated and whole. Just understand that each part of your system has a role to play, and let it fulfill its role. The purpose of the body is twofold. It has 5 Gyanendriyas, which are the Indriyas of Jnana, the organs of knowledge. And it has 5 Karmendriyas, the Indriyas of Karma, the senses of action. When we are engaged in seeing and hearing, in touching and tasting and smelling, we are here to acquire information, to process it. Taking care of the body means taking care of our senses. And when we are engaged in walking and speaking and digesting, then the role is to take care of ourselves and those around us. This body is our tool, our instrument of expressing itself and connecting with the divine in everyone around us. And the role of the mind is to serve as a set of selections so that we may propel the body in one way or another. You don't have to listen to every thought in your mind. You get to choose which ones you want to engage the body with. The role of the intellect is to help you decide which thoughts you want to engage in. And the role of the ego is so that you can direct your awareness to where you want to associate with. And if you keep associating with higher and higher things, then this whole system will self-regulate. Taking care of one's ego, one's sense of self, associating with true people, true places, true things. This gives the right kind of experience to the intellect in the form of knowledge. And with the right knowledge, the mind takes care of its business, and the body is taken to wherever it needs to go. Sangha is that one principled factor which controls this whole system. The power of who, what, when, where you associate with, where you place your sense of self is of utmost priority. Everything else follows from this one principled act. Thank you, Eve, for your heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Ren, you ask, do I think the ego is almost vilified in a spiritual context? It doesn't have to be. If you listen to great spiritual teachers, you'll almost never hear them use the word ego. It's us beginners that are obsessed with this concept. Ego this, ego that. Ego is not your enemy, but you make it into one. We put blame on the ego as if it's getting in the way. Well, we have responsibility of our egos. Ego just means where you guide your awareness. Wherever your awareness goes to, that's what you identify with. And your awareness is always going to go somewhere, so at least guide it to something fruitful, something beautiful. Take it to higher things. And that's right, silly Doman. We are outside, and I'm getting rained on a little bit since it's so cloudy. But fortunately, I have an umbrella above me. But it's here to cover you, so you don't get wet. Now, we have so many wonderful jumping off points to amazing conversations that I'm looking forward to happening. That's the word. Happening. Thank you, Jay, for your beautiful dancing flower. Radhe, Radhe. I would like, however, to read to you from a book that was gifted to me. And then we can return to whatever we want to discuss. So I'm going to maximize the cover in case people are wondering what we're reading as they join. This is a lovely book. Today I'm reading from the 4th chapter, Embracing All of In Love at Ease, Everyday Spirituality with Brahmhuk Swami Maharaj. We're learning about how one such spiritual teacher known as Swamishri embraced all, and maybe we can learn how he did it too. One afternoon in Ahmedabad, Swamishri was patiently meeting a never-ending line of devotees. And the Sanskrit word for devotee is bhakta. A never-ending line of bhaktas, one after another. He was a very famous guru. I was counting the numbers from a distance. Each person had become a number for me, but Swamishri was still focused on the people. A man with a yellowish-white turban leaned over to ask Swamishri a private question, but he was anxious and upset. He was having trouble articulating his thoughts. The sadhus, the monks, tried to help Swamishri decipher the elderly man's question, but they were struggling too. Swamishri caught one word, Dikri, which means daughter. Swamishri grabbed his hand and said, "What about your daughter? Is she okay? Do you need anything for her? Is she studying? Is she looking to get married?" Swamishri met hundreds of devotees per day. He knew the realm of possibilities that the father's question came from. "Swamishri, my wife and I have decided to marry off my daughter to a nice boy. His parents agree, but our communities cannot agree on the type of wedding, a wedding venue, and an auspicious date. There is also a caste issue. In India, there's something called caste, which is something like a class system, like lower, middle, upper class. Originally, it wasn't a hierarchy like this, but in recent times it has turned quite oppressive, and thus there are so-called lower castes and higher castes, and people are said to never marry into a lower caste. People think that we are higher than the groom's family on the social order. I am so confused. It seems like they are all going to come together and ruin this potential match." Swamishri listened patiently. I could see his eyes settling on a thought that had been forming for the last 5 minutes. Dada, which is an honorific for an elderly man. It seems like everyone has a voice, except for one person, the most important person in this situation. What does your daughter want? Has anyone asked her? It is her wedding. Does she approve of the young man? Does she have a preference regarding the date and venue? The elderly man paused and realized he had not asked his daughter anything at all. Swamishri laughed and tapped him on his turban. Dada, you have forgotten to invite the most important person to the wedding, the bride. Look, go home. Sit down with your wife and daughter. Ask her what she wants. Let her speak. Hear what she has to say. Do not force your thoughts upon her. Her say is of utmost priority. It is the only thing that really matters. Social order, higher and lower, are all foolish thoughts. We are all His children in God's eyes. You have been around me long enough to understand that. And stop listening to everyone else. If you listen to the world, you will surely ruin your relationship with your daughter and ruin her marriage. Understand? The father walked out of the room with unexpected lessons of inclusivity and parenting. He turned to the sadhus, the monks standing by the door of the room, and said, Swamishri is a better father to my daughter than I am. I carried that experience in my head for days. Swamishri did not have kids. He had not interacted with a young woman in over 6 decades, yet he knew exactly what support she needed. Swamishri was an advocate for her voice, and rights in a room full of men who could not see nor hear her. Swamishri bridged gaps over varna, which is another word for caste, the Sanskrit word, religious differences, and financial inequities in marriage for hundreds of couples. He knew that connections were formed somewhere deeper, from somewhere within. It is difficult to see for and from the perspective of someone from whom you have distanced yourself. Swamishri, however, had a unique and delicate ability to remain mindful of the perspective and needs of his bhaktas, which means his female devotees. Once, a senior trustee introduced a young boy to Swamishri and suggested him as a potential life partner match for one of the senior bhakta's daughters. Swamishri blessed the boy and asked the trustee to meet him in the room later. That afternoon, Swamishri called the trustee and inquired, Do you remember what that young girl has studied and what she does? Do you know if she is looking for someone born and raised in America or India? He asked several questions. The trustee was silent. He did not have any answers. Swamishri continued, Suggesting a match, especially as the guru, is a heavy responsibility. Our daughter should never feel like she is being forced to say yes or to settle. I know that she is a surgeon. She may want to marry another healthcare professional, or even wait for some time. Yes, money and education are not everything, but we should think what our daughters deserve and want too. Not just our sons. The trustee realized that Swamishri was teaching him a valuable lesson. Matchmaking is not a simple task, but a labor of love. Swamishri ensured young women were equally represented when others failed to do so. And let's pause our reading of In Love at Ease there for now. So, thank you. And I hope you enjoyed that reading as much as I did. Now we can return to whatever you all want to talk about. I am your guest. And there's a funny looking bug on my microphone. I've never seen a bug that looks like this. Hello, little guy. Oh, he's so cute. I don't know if you could see him. Yeah, he's just out of frame, unfortunately. Oh, is my rainbow upside down? It's a spinny pin. Boing. It's like a fidget spinner. There. Now it's the right side up, isn't it? But thank you to those who sent a gift while we read. Dear Claire, you have been so generous in sending me a heart me, a pair of cheer you ups, a pair of friendship necklaces, a bouncing beach volleyball, a trio of roses, balloons, community fest, cloud bread, a finger heart, ice cream and an ice cream cone, and a tiny diny. Yippee! Radhe oh Radhe. Thank you, dear Claire. And thank you to Beanie for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Wade Wilson, thank you for your heart me. Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you, Gina, for your community fest. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. And thank you, Gina, for your GG as well. Radhe oh Radhe. And Eve, thank you for your pair of tiny dinies. Yippee! Salutation, you're wondering how far away is the bird that is saying Jiffy? Or is the bug saying Jiffy? It's so loud. Oh, you mean yippee? That's no bird nor bug. It's a tiny diny. However, it is something that I am able to turn down. There. It should be a little better for everyone. Thank you, JV, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Yeah, that's quieter. Thank you, Tattvam Asi, for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Mandy, for your heart me. Hare Krishna. And Ren, thank you for your heart me too. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Jay, for your tiny diny also. Yippee! And Eric, thank you for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And good morning, Clean Sheets. That reminds me, I should clean my sheets. And Spaghetti on a Plate, you shared that it's thundering nice there. Mother Nature, she's sneezing again, isn't she? Thank you for sharing your peace and blessings. God is love. Ren, you share that being read to is your best love language. Well, I am happy to love you in that language then. And hello, dear Priscilla. I hope that your cough is getting better. And that's a good point, Spaghetti on a Plate, that when it comes to the chakras, red is at the bottom, and then it goes from there all the way to the top. Anna, you are wondering, have I read about Spinoza's God? I have not, but I know that Einstein spoke highly of the God of Spinoza. I also remember Einstein sharing that he believed that God was whatever force drives this universe. That to him it was more physical, but it was still very beautiful, and he had a lot of respect for that, and maybe that is similar to Spinoza's conception. I don't know, you'll have to teach me. Booping Beams, you're wondering, am I Hindi? I don't speak Hindi. No, I know some words though. But I'm losing a lot of it since I haven't been on Duolingo in a while. Thank you for sharing your blessings to my mother, Spaghetti on a Plate. And thank you, Claire, for another tiny. Yippee! Your rose, your ginger man, your balloons, another community fest, a pumpkin spice latte, a disco love, a cloud bread, an ice cream cone, and a snowboard. You are very kind. Thank you, Claire. Never expected, my dear, but I appreciate it with all my heart. Radhe. Pooping beans, you clarify Hindi is a religion? Well, Hinduism, you could qualify as a religion. If someone is a practitioner of Hinduism, you might call them Hindu. But it also simply refers to the geography, that people are Hindu by geography as well, because the term Hindu just referred to the people beyond the Indus River. The Persians lived to the northwest of the Indus River, and thus they referred to the culture beyond that river as, well, the Indus. But in spirit, everyone is Hindu, because the endonym, there isn't one, really. What we call as Hindu is all-inclusive. It doesn't mean anyone or anything. It just happens to be very ancient, and many forms of spirituality are embraced there. And no people own it. I think the spirituality that has blossomed descended from the Himalayas in the form of the ancient seers that have given rise to such beautiful ancient scriptures we call as the Vedas, are some of the most pristine gifts to humanity. And I don't know if the world could ever repay those ancient seers that came from the Himalayas. And thank you, Jameson, for your popcorn. Hari Om Tat Sat. Jay, you ask, what came first, chicken or the egg? The Cheg. Long ago, before chicken or egg, there was the Cheg. Cheg looked like an egg, but it had feathers on the outside, and it had little feet. And then eventually the Cheg separated itself into two forms. Once as a child, and once when it grew up, went from egg to chicken. Nah, I'm just kidding. The Cheg is something I made up. But what is not made up is the fact that all of us have come from a kind of egg. Hiranyagarbha. That means the golden egg at the beginning of time. Golden because it was self-luminous and a treasure. An egg because it held all of the ingredients to life inside of it. And this was what the scientists, they call the singularity that gave rise to the whole universe. Hiranyagarbha. Gab, you share, you don't have many questions to do today, but you stay just to learn from my knowledge. Well, thank you. I don't expect to deliver any knowledge. I only expect myself to be yapping, and sometimes my yapping, it forms sounds in combination that you associate with experiences of your life, and therefore the knowledge is found by your association. That is all within you. So really you are just staying here to unlock what's already inside of you, and I am just a witness to that, and it's a great honor. Thank you. And Booping Beams, you are also wondering, am I a practicing Hinduism? There is no way to practice Hinduism. As I said, Hinduism doesn't really mean much, because it just referred to what other people called what happened around the Indian subcontinent. Actually, there is a word for the spirituality which has descended there, and that's the Sanatana Dharma. Sanatana just means universal or eternal or the unending, and Dharma means the way of life. So there is just an unending way of life there, and everyone is a part of it, whether you are in India or not, because you are part of the unending chain of creation, of cause and effect, and you are the conscious witness there to guide the evolution of the universe. But the Bhagavad Gita is a text that is very dear to my heart. Indeed. Now, Tree, Miss Abby, you share an out-of-context question. Do I think we as humans can practice telekinesis? Well, I know that when I was younger, suddenly I would start floating. And I thought that I had gained powers until I realized that my mom had picked me up by the ear and was yoinking me all the way back to my room to clean it. And so really I was just levitating because of the inertia of my body as my mother carried me by my ear to my room. So sometimes a mother's love can lift a child, can make it grow, can make it float all the way back to the room. I'm not sure how they gain this ability to pick someone up by their ear, but I think a lot of conscious thought must be involved in order to make this possible. And so I have a lot of respect for the Shakti, spiritual power of a mother. Various powers in spirituality are called Siddhis. Siddhi, S-I-D-D-H-I, means spiritual power. See, spiritual powers are looked down upon in Eastern spirituality, because the moment that you gain some power, that is the moment that your ego has fun with it. And we cannot trust our egos to not use this to overpower others. We have to surrender to the universe rather than trying to take control of it. So Siddhis, though they come on the spiritual path, no doubt, I'm sure that you will find in your life, the more spiritual you become, the more subtle abilities you will generate within yourself. Know that these are obstacles to the spiritual path because they distract us from the main goal, and the main goal is total surrender, not total control. We go to spirituality to take refuge, not to try to gain mastery over life. We have to gain mastery over ourselves, which means that we are not striving for any kind of power. We are not striving for any kind of sensual gratification. We are looking for the long-term satisfaction of those who are suffering. We are working towards those who are in need of help. Thus, the true spiritual seeker will go in search of how we can be of help to others. And this is the greatest of power that one can gain. Thank you, Michael Peck, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Nish, for your disco love, your balloons, your whipped coffee, and a bubble tea. Hare Krishna. And ZZZ, you're wondering, do I wake up early? Do I stay up late? You wonder what time of day you feel the most inspired in. Usually nighttime is when I get all my best ideas, and then I can't sleep, so I stay up way too late and wake up way too late as well. And Ren, you were wondering if there's any way you could book a private coaching call with me. You are always welcome to text me At this time, I don't do any kind of private coaching or anything like that, but I hope to be able to be there for you in my messages, and it is never at a cost, always free of charge from now until forever. You can clip this and you can show it to me when I'm 40 years old and I've forgotten, and I will have to submit to this because I've made it a promise, a lifelong promise. I will always be there for you in the capacity that I can. And in this live stream, I think this is one of the most direct ways in which we can connect at this time. I love you too, carotid artery. When you are wondering that you feel too energetically open, how can you protect your aura? No, if you're open, people have to protect themselves from you. The more open you are, the more protected you are. Vulnerability is a great gift. Setting boundaries does not mean you close up. It means that you open up in a way which respects your needs for this moment. Setting boundaries is how we channel our energies in a way that expand even more freely. Like in a relationship with a loved one, we set boundaries not to limit the relationship, but to maximize its effectiveness, so that we can increase our ability to connect and communicate in more healthy ways. So, being open, don't worry so much about other people's energies. They have no effect on you. Your openness will have an effect on others, though. This is very true. See, the more aware you are, the more people around you become self-aware, because they can feel you penetrate in their masks, their own walls they've put up. They know that you see them behind all these barriers, and so they might get defensive, but that's their problem, not yours. Being defensive, all you have to do is remind them that you are not on the offense here, that you see them for how they are without judgment, that your awareness does not come with an expectation for them to change. You just love them for how they are, and they will change naturally. Benjamin Button, you share that it would be cool to do some breath work at the end, or more chanting. That reminds me, I had forgotten to set up a chanting at the end of this live stream, so we can do an impromptu one. Yes, definitely. Thank you, Big Stinker. Sending love to you too. I'm happy you like my pin, everyone. And my bandana. Benjamin, you share you're trying to de-stress. Well, the greatest way to de-stress is alleviate yourself of your own expectations. Right now, you are stressed because you feel like you have something that you have to do in a certain way. And if it doesn't happen, that you won't be how you're meant to be. De-stressing means that you know yourself to be whole regardless of the outcome. Whether you meet the expectations of yourself or your boss or whoever, doesn't mean anything, because you are a vibrant soul whatever you do. You are vibrant in success, you are vibrant in failure. It is your vibrancy that matters, and nothing can take that away from you. And Ren, you are asking how to detach from the outcomes. By recognizing that the outcomes do not define you. Like, for instance, if you are striving to do a creative project, let's say that you are trying to paint a painting and you have this clear vision in mind, but somehow by the time it transmutes itself onto the canvas, it looks different than how you imagined. that doesn't make you a bad artist. It's your vision which makes you a good artist. And right now you are in a learning process. Whether the painting turns out how you expect or not, that doesn't mean that your vision was flawed. And it's the vision that's a part of you. That's the real art itself. The real art is that you could see such potential. And as long as you have that, then even if you are unable to express that in a way that you want, you are happy because the vision has not left you, and it can never leave you. Or take a person who works really hard to gain a lot of money, and various things happen, they have to spend that money. Grandma got into a car accident. Grandma's hip replacement cost you a lot of money out of pocket. Poor grandma, you love her, but now you have to start all over again. Good news is you did not lose anything, because the real wealth was not the number in your bank account, it was that drive in your heart. And in your heart, you were able to put pedal to the metal, apply yourself. Your ability to have gained that money in the first place is the real treasure. And you can't lose that. You can lose money, but you won't lose the ability to gain what you have had before. Therefore, it is not the outcomes in life which define us. It's how we approach them. And whether we approach them in such a way that is conducive to a positive outcome or not, that is in the hands of God. Or if you don't like the word God, source, universe, nature, it's out of your control. What is in your control is your determination, your spirit, your motivation. If you have this, then this is what will take you far in life. This is what will grant you happiness, not how it turns out. Willpower, that's a good word for it as well. Hello, Sarah. I love you too. I was just thinking of you. I was trying to find you on Instagram. Did you delete your Instagram? I think maybe you told me you did, but I forgot. Hello, Kate Green. I love you too. And I'm happy you love my pin, Chrysalis. It's the same as your username, hey? Thank you, John F., for your beautiful team bracelet. And pivotal intent. Thank you for your rose. Hare Krishna. You did? That's okay. Thank you, Van Penguin, for your cloud bread as well. Radhe Radhe. I said like a true Canadian there. I guess it creeps out from time to time. Eh? Hey. I'm walking here. No, that's New York. See, Americans say A too. They just put it at the start of the sentence. We put it at the end. We say, how you going, eh? You guys say, hey, how you going? Sarah, you share that Macy has your phone number. Ah, that's right. I forgot you guys talk. That's wonderful. And thank you, Van Penguin, for your cloud bread. Not just one, but 2, 3. You've made a triangular amount of cloud bread. We all know the square numbers, 1, 4, 8, 9. But the triangular numbers, like 6, 10, 15. These are numbers that can be arranged in a triangle. Thank you for your triangle of cloud breads. Your ice cream cone, your popcorn, and your ginger man. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Gina, for your music play and community fest. Hare Om Tat Sat. Dansuela, you share. If you say park the car in Harvard Yard, normally you will hear how we say our R's. Park the car in Harvard Yard. God is love. You are wondering what my thoughts are on the Anunnaki. I have not been doing my good research. I am sorry. Many of you ask about this, but I'm still unfamiliar with the topic. Perhaps you can teach me. Thank you, DJ. I like people spreading positive messages too. Ben Penguin, you ask, did I read your sentence about Confucio? I have not. Maybe I can scroll up to see. You share, as long as you have bread, no tear will be shed. I like that. And thank you, dear Claire, for your 6 roses. Your cloud bread. Your finger heart. Here's one for you too. Another ice cream, popcorn, and an ice cream cone. Music play, and a ginger man. Om Namah Shivaya. Ren, you ask, how do we connect to Source? I guess by recognizing that the Source is within all things. That we don't just see a person before us. We see the Source expressing itself as a person, expressing itself as the opportunity to connect, as love. We understand that what Source means is not just some point long ago. That everything that is now must have been in that Source, just as the Source is in that which is now. So we look around us. What do you see? Nothing but God. There is just God. It's not that God is one. It's that God only is. There is nothing that isn't God. There is only something beautiful and something that is to become beautiful. And what is beautiful is for us to witness. And what is to become beautiful is for us to facilitate with. Now, Roxy, thank you for your heart me, your team bracelet, and a tiny dime. Yippee! And thank you, JV, for your bubble tea. Radhe, Radhe. Couple of nomads, you share, not that you're trying to fall asleep with the live, but the yippee is very distracting from listening. Well, thank you for letting me know. For now, I can change the sound of it so that instead of a yippee, we can have a little meditation bell. And this would be more relaxing for you. And thank you, JV, for your bubble tea. And Van Penguin, thank you for your trio of cloud breads, your ice cream cone, your whipped coffee, your pumpkin spice latte, snowboard, community fest, and an ice cream cone. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, MJ, for your paper crane. Radhe Radhe. And CR, thank you for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Ren, you ask, what about when you see evil or collective unconscious? Weren't you listening? I said there is only beauty and that which has yet to become beautiful. You are describing the second category, that which is to become beautiful. We cannot look at anything and call it unbeautiful. We can only say that it has yet to become beautiful. That someone's speech might not be beautiful, but there is a possibility for it there. isn't it? That somebody's actions might not be beautiful, but there is an opportunity for it to become beautiful. So, this is the nature of the divine. That it is very obvious when it is already beautiful, but the ways in which it has yet to become manifest, to express as beauty, that's for us to facilitate with. We have an active role in the part of creation, which is that we are gardeners. We are garden keepers of the garden of the universe. And there are flowers that need some help. All the resources are there, we just need to put it in the right spot. We might use certain words to describe things that we fail to see the beauty in, but that's something that we have to work on, that we have to find the ways in which we can help make the beauty arise. And thank you, Shakira, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Claire, for being such a wonderful receptacle of what I have to say, and inspiring many words. And CR, you share that you like the thought of everything and everyone being God. It's a good reason for empathy, that we are here to serve the divine within everyone. And Anita, hello. Hello, Shakira. Kate, you share, your brain is like an octopus, your soul like a dream. Pour your wisdom onto me like a waterfall. Wow. Such a flavorful preparation of words. That's beautiful. Glad you like the bell better, CR. Ren, you ask, what do I think of charlatans? Isn't that a dance? Doing the charlatan? No, wait, that's the Carlton, isn't it? I have no opinion of negative people. Because if I have an opinion on negative people, then my attention is being taken away from the positive things. And it is not my goal to minimize the negative. It's my goal to maximize the positive. There is infinite positivity, infinite negativity. You can try to minimize the infinity of negativity, but it will keep coming back in other ways. This is the trap of working on oneself, that I need to be this way, or that we need others to be a certain way, that we need our surroundings, our environment, our world to behave in a certain way, our body, our mind. But once we fix one problem, then another one is just going to show up. We'll never get to the end of negativity. But the good news is that the same is true for positivity, that you'll never get to the end of all that is positive either. So if you're going to go on an infinite journey, at least go up. Go towards that which is full of love. Go towards that which is full of patience. Go towards that which is full of potential. And you will beget with yourself only more of all those wonderful things. We take on the virtues and the defects of that which we see in others. We accumulate everything that we associate with, that we bring our attention to. So it's of utmost importance that if we want to become blissful beings ourselves, then we try to find all the ways in which there is goodness in others. Thank you, Claire, for your 10 roses, and DJ for your 1 rose. You are very kind. Radhe, Radhe. And Benjamin, you share that trying to see the divine in mosquitoes and wasps is a good exercise of letting go of fear. And something wonderful happens when you do let go of some of that fear, that animals behave differently around you. You'll notice that if you just treat a kind of animal with not just respect and dignity, but appreciate the divine within it, there is an acknowledgement that happens beyond physical, beyond mental. If you look at a horse in its eyes and you just see the love, if you look at a tiger or a bear even, and you just put your hand up so that you can hold them as they are, so you can love them, so much hostility becomes docile just like that. For thousands of years, people have forgotten this, but there is a kind of sign language that indigenous people use with animals. When they are approaching an animal, they always put their hand up, sometimes both hands, to show that they come in peace, that they approach just with an open hand. If we have this openness for life, life will reciprocate. Animals are only as scared of us as we are scared of them, because they have to defend ourselves when we feel like we have to defend ourselves. Appreciating the divine in everyone, it eliminates so much hostility just in that understanding alone. Chloe, you share that you're in a negative living environment again, so it's hard. A negative living environment is actually one of the best environments to be in for growth, because if you're surrounded by comfort, there's no challenge to overcome. And it is through the overcoming of challenges that we grow as people. And that's not just one way in which we grow, it's the only way in which we grow. No matter how much your teacher loves you, they have to give you a test, because without it, all that knowledge won't be locked in. The universe is not here to punish you, and you're not here because of some action, some karma. This isn't for you to suffer through. This is for your benefit. This perspective is your universal tool, your Swiss Army knife to get you out of every negative situation. Your key to the universe is looking at all problems in this way. That either there is a moment of rest or a moment of challenge. In the rest, we recuperate, but in challenge, we accelerate. You may ask the universe for wisdom to know what the right thing to do is. Does the universe just plant this wisdom like a seed in your brain? No, there's a process of giving it to you, this wisdom. And that's from the experiences that the universe sends your way. That you might know the right thing to do because the universe sets up a situation for you to do the wrong thing. And you'll never forget that lesson, right? That you want patience? Well, the universe will give you something to be patient for. You want love? Well, the universe will send someone your way that needs a lot of it. And perhaps the most sneaky is that if you want happiness, then the universe will give you a situation in which you'll have no choice but to be happy. This means from within, because you're not going to find it from without. Thank you, Angel Rider, for your donut. Hari Om Tat Sat. Mr. Mate, you ask, should you embrace and incorporate your shadow self or suppress and ignore this darker side of your psyche? I think you know the answer to this question. No psychologist will ever tell you to suppress something or ignore anything. That is exactly how psychological problems manifest. Is they grow in the dark, but they blossom in the light. Does this mean that you should go and be that maniac that your darker side wants you to be? No, because this would be repressing your lighter side. You can't repress your light side or your dark side. What it means to embrace your dark side is just this: that whenever you see darkness in the world, you understand that the world brought that out of them, in the same way that that could have been brought out of me if I was in such a situation. It means that we empathize with those who are going through dark things and expressing themselves in dark ways, because that's a potential that we all have. It means that you know how important love will be for those. And in your own way, you can express that dark side too in different ways. Maybe it's through music, maybe it's through dance, maybe it's through art. As long as you are expressing it in a way that does not sacrifice any light, oh, that is wonderful. There are very, very beautiful paintings that are horrible in content. There are very, very beautiful songs that are depressing in lyric. And there are very, very beautiful dances that are heartbreaking in inspiration. Darkness is the fuel for so much creativity. Expressing it in this way means you don't have to express it in ways that build up and then release all of a sudden when someone's in the wrong spot or in the wrong time, and then there's so much guilt. Everything that we try to hide just builds up, but at some point we can't hide these things anymore. So as humans, it's important that we express all these energies in a healthy way. Chloe, you share that listening to the music is making you sleepy in a good way. Well, I hope that you get the rest that you deserve when it arises. Cryptic Canuck, you ask, do I have any plans for Canada Day? Well, on the 150 whatever anniversary of this country, I will be thinking about how the indigenous have been here for thousands of years, and that their land is much older than 150 years. And so I will not be celebrating the birth of a colonial nation, but I will have a solemn dedication to keep the First Nations in mind during this time. Good night, Chloe. May you have a wonderful sleep. I am very grateful for the country in which I live, and my heart is with all the sacrifices that the millions of people have had to endure to get it where it is, both for and against. There's a lot of reparations, reconciliation that has to come still. Now, Kate Green, you're wondering, do I only love Chloe? There is not a single thing in this universe that I love which I don't have that same love for something else. Because what I love is not any person, any thing, any place. I love that source of life which is within everything, that everyone is a representative of. There is a beautiful expression. In Cryptic Canuck, you ask, yeah, what about you? You don't love me too? I love you, Cryptic Canuck. Megan Marie, you shared that you wish you could send me your special rose. Well, I expect nothing of you, my friend. Even the intention is enough for me and fills my heart. And thank you, Deb, for your pair of friendship necklaces. And Bright Bloodbirth, thank you for your heart me. Ariom Tatsat. Bright Bloodbirth, you are wondering, is this my last incarnation? I hope not. It would be selfish of me to leave this world behind when there's so much suffering. As long as there is suffering in the world, I cannot leave it. Because it's my solemn responsibility as a servant of the world, of the universe, to be there because I need to. Thank you, Beanbag. I love you too. Thank you, Bright Bloodbirth, for a rose as well. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you for your advertisement for Old Cape Cod, Little Mogwai. And Sue, you are thanking me for keeping you calm when you are just driving in a thunderstorm on the highway. My goodness, I don't envy you. But I'm very grateful to know that you are safe and sound. That's quite the experience. But by the grace of the universe, you got to where you got to where you needed to go. I'm always happy to have you here, Gaia. Kate Green, you shared that you love the feeling of electricity that takes over your body when I speak. That's how I feel when my cats are purring. And that's always an important reminder. Seriously furious. Anger and fear damage the profound connections that we build in life. Today, medical scientists know that if you do a blood test on a person that's angry, so many different ailments will show up. But if you do a blood test on a person that's calm, so many vital signs are suddenly there. What's the difference? At one point they were an angry person, another point they're calm. Well, our emotions have a big effect on our physiology. It's important to be calm, not just for the sake of others, but for the sake of ourselves. That your body deserves to be taken care of, and we take care of it by being calm. Speaking of which, El Shark, you ask, what are some ways we can let go of anger? We can let go of anger by letting it pass naturally. One of the ways that emotions stick to us is because we're trying to push them away. But pushing away an emotion is like trying to push away something that's covered in glue. The more you involve yourself in trying to push it away, actually, the more entangled you get in it. So don't feel like any emotion has to go. When it comes, even if it wasn't invited, invite it in anyway. Oh, anger, yes, my friend. Come in, welcome. You are feeling in this way? No problem. Now you remind me that I should take a break from what I'm doing so I don't get frustrated. Everyone, please excuse me. I need to go for a moment. And you take the time to sit with your anger, maybe inquire, be curious about it. My dear anger, why have you arisen? You're not telling me? That's okay. We'll sit with this feeling. Sometimes we get overstimulated. We don't know how to express that. Just have a kind of innate welcoming quality of this anger. Love it just as you would anyone else going through emotions. And it will pass. And it will give you whatever you need. Anger is just a packaging for some piece of knowledge. Emotions are. If we get entangled in the packaging, then we'll never know the gift that's inside. Hello, Seth Angel. And thank you, Benjamin Christensen, for your heart meet just a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Keys, thank you for your rose. Hare Krishna. So you share you were picking up your daughter at her job. Still need to get home? Well, you're halfway done then. Such a good mother you are, driving through a storm to pick up your daughter. With a mother's love, you will be able to drive through any storm. See, I was a little worried for you. But because you're on official mother business, I have no worry in the world for you. I know that Mother Nature must have created the storm for you, actually. She's taken all the drivers off the road that shouldn't be today for you. Thank you for bidding me a good evening, Kate. May the calming vibrations of Mother Earth encompass me and invigorate my soul. Oh, thank you. All the same for you, dear. Anger causes you to forget love. Very true, seriously furious. I believe Krishna said in the Bhagavad Gita that from anger arises a loss of intelligence. What we mean is that we lose the capacity to make informed decisions. That makes more sense, Megan Murray. That's an unfortunate autocorrect. Van Penguin, you ask, what about controlled anger? No one ever controlled anger, but we control ourselves in the face of anger. To say you are controlling anger is like saying that you control the movie that is appearing before you. No matter how good you are, no one can change the flow of the plot of the movie. That's already written. That's part of the story. You can't change the story as it's unfolding. But as we witness the movie, we can change how we feel about it. We can remind ourselves of various things. If we ever get overwhelmed by what the main character is going through, we can remind ourselves, oh, that's right. I'm just a witness. I've put my sense of self in this character on the screen. It's just a movie. And this person that's annoying them, they're just a paid actor. So too, if anyone's annoying you, just know the universe is just inspiring them because it's part of the story in this moment. Thus, there is no need to get lost in your role that you're playing. Thank you, Risi, for your 10-finger hearts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And an 11 one. You get an extra one. Jai Sitaram. And Tattvamasi, you ask, do we need to label that emotion or just be with it as soon as we name it? All baggages come along. That's a great addition. Yes. We don't have to categorize our emotions, but sometimes it can help. The problem is not our vocabulary, it's our lack of a vocabulary, because human emotions are so diverse. There are more emotions than there are words. So how can you expect to fit everything into the right category when there aren't enough categories? It's literally a principle in mathematics called the pigeonhole principle. That if you have, let's say, 10 pigeonholes, but 11 pigeons, because you have more pigeons than holes, then there's going to be a roommate. One pigeon must be with another pigeon. Even if we spread them out as evenly as we can, we put the first 10 pigeons in each hole, that there's going to be one left over, and one pigeon's going to have to be bunk beds. So too with our emotions, we pigeonhole them. We have so many emotions but not enough words. Naturally, sometimes different emotions get labeled the same thing. When you notice that this is happening and it doesn't quite make sense to you, then you can drop the label entirely. You know, what you're feeling right now is what you're feeling. No need to try to categorize it into something it's not. Bunkmates, thank you. And thank you, Savannah, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Terence, you share that expanding your vocabulary makes it easier to understand yourself. That's beautiful. And there are more languages than we realize. There are spoken languages like English, Espanol, Deutsch, Sanskritam, whatever. But there are languages that do not come in the form of words, like music, like storytelling, like dance, like art. These are all languages, no? Because they express ideas. That's the purpose of a language, is to break up various concepts into moving pieces and deliver them. Well, we do that with each brush stroke in a painting. We do it with each movement in a dance. We do it with each chord in a song. Knowing the right way to express yourself is an art form. Thank you, Enzoscope, for your rose toe. Radhe Radhe. Hello, Harvey. Yes, I still love math and physics. And thank you for wishing me a great day. Yamjan. Share stimulus check. I said to sit with these unwanted emotions, but how do you remain functional with them? That's the key. You don't. When you are sitting with an emotion, then you put everything else down. Sometimes it's helpful to distract yourself, and we'll leave room for that. But wherever the emotions might interfere with your responsibilities, then you take a moment to yourself. Trust me, your clients, your fellow employees, your boss, they will respect this decision. And if they don't, you can tell them, do you want me to be making decisions while I'm angry? If the answer is no, then please take all the time you need. And it will pass. It always does. And the less weight we carry during that time we sit with them, the easier they will pass. And Cryptic Canuck, you ask, is all science just a theory? And even if it's accurate, is it just a stronger theory? Well, what does a theory mean? A theory is part of a scientific process that we make observations. Observations, they are real to us. They are beyond theory. Because what you observe is true to you. It might not be true to someone else because observing is subjective. I mean, literally, the observer is the subject. You are subjected to your observations. But from those observations with inductive reasoning, we then make hypotheses. This is the scientific method. And this is where we go from direct truth to well, how shall I say this? You can never be 100% certain with inductive reasoning because it's limited by our experience. That to truly be objective means to keep track of all objects in the universe. We can only use inductive reasoning to come to absolute truth when our sample size contains the entirety of the universe. And thus we make theories based on that and more observations. And we test these hypotheses with new observations, and they either support our claims or they don't. And this is the beauty of the scientific process, is that if our tests don't align with our hypothesis, then we use those observations to make new hypotheses. And the cycle repeats. The beautiful thing about science is that it's never fixed. It's constantly getting more and more accurate. It is only going to get more accurate. But if you're like me, you are desperate for absolute truth. Even though in physics we have the sigma scale. Sigma is a Greek letter representing the letter S. S for standard deviation. Standard deviation means how far something is from the norm. We tend to agree in physics that something is scientific fact if the chance of it being wrong is something like 5 sigma, 5 standard deviations away. That's like 1 in a million, 1 in a whatever, how many zeros, lots of them. But there's always that 0.00000000001% room for error, right? In our measurement, in our biases. So if you want absolute truth, then we have to stop making inductive claims. We have to start deducing what we know from a source. This is how math is done. Math is not an inductive science, it's a deductive one. We start with what we know for certain, and then we deduce from that other certainties. So to be spiritual means, in some sense, to be a little more mathematical. That we don't reject anything but that which we don't know for certain. That was a lot of negatives. That we accept only that which we know for certain and then deduce from there. What can we know for certain? Well, that's why solipsists say, I think, therefore I am. That I don't know what it means to think, or what it means to be, or what this universe is, or who I am. But I know that I am. I know that I am here to experience exactly what is experiencing, and what is being experienced, I don't know. But the truth, the ultimate truth, beyond all doubt, is that there is an experiencing happening. And that is there always with you. Thank you, Tattwamasi, for your trio of roses. And Grateful Human, hello. And Cryptic Connect, you're wondering, oh boy, we're gonna invite so many different people talking about this, but why not? Is the world being round a scientific fact or just a theory? Well, the sun is clearly round. The moon is clearly round. If we accept certain symmetries of the universe, then we have to conclude that all sufficiently large bodies become spherical. Why? Because gravity has no favored direction. Gravity doesn't pull this way stronger than it pulls this way. In the universe, there isn't some direction in the universe where gravity is stronger. Gravity is a spherically symmetric force. And a force that has a certain symmetry will make objects acting under that force according to the same symmetry. In modern times, physics is ruled by symmetries. This was from a beautiful mathematician and physicist named Emmy Noether. I don't know how to pronounce her name, Noether. She proved that actually everything in the universe can be explained in terms of symmetries. That because the universe has translational symmetry, that means that conservation of momentum is a fact. Because it has temporal symmetry, this means that conservation of energy is a scientific law. And because gravity is a spherically symmetric force, this means that all bodies that have that are under sufficient influence of gravity become this way as well. So if you accept that gravity is a spherically symmetric force, and you accept that the Earth is large enough, then you must accept that it's going to look like something relatively spherical. But don't just take science as your backbone. We have known that the Earth is round for thousands of years. In fact, the oldest word for the Earth we know of is Bhugol in Sanskrit. Sanskrit is the first descendant of Proto-Indo-European, the oldest language hypothesized. And the word for Earth in Sanskrit is Bhugol. Bhu means ground, means the element that is Earth. And Gol means globe. Bhugol means globular ground. It means round ground. Round ground. The oldest word we have. It's only in relatively recent times that a certain minority, but a very vocal one in Europe, according to some biblical interpretations, said that this is the way the earth is. But if we understand that for thousands of years, even before the Bible, we knew of the word bhugo, which means round ground. We knew that bhulok, which means the center of the earth, orbits around Suryalok, the sun. Actually, science is just rediscovering what the ancient people knew for a long time. There is a kind of understanding that comes from direct experience. An experience that was very intimate for people who lived thousands of years ago, since they had no distractions. They had no temple run on their phone. They had no movies to go to. They just had a lot of time to really sit and think and feel the presence of nature. I think it's no doubt to me that we are just rediscovering what was at the experiential level for so many ancient people. Thank you, Marla, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Cryptic Canuck, you sure it's not 2008 anymore? Well, I gotta adjust my watch. There. And I love the way you put that. It is a poem. God's poem. You can aptly describe life in such a way. Gab, you are wondering, what is considered a momentum? Momentum means that your energies are directed in a certain way. It means that there is a direction in which you're going, and you're taking a lot with you in that direction. Therefore, you have a responsibility to take what you're carrying in that direction. So when someone tries to push you in another direction, you say, no, this is what I'm carrying. It is sent in this direction, I must carry it. So those traveling very fast or with lots of mass have high momentum. Those with low mass or not traveling fast have very low momentum. Having low momentum means that you can go this way, that way, you're flexible. It doesn't matter, because you know that you are meant to be wherever you go. Gab, you are wondering, so is it related to karma? Well, the physicist will have to forgive me because it's a physical term. It's used in physics. Specifically, momentum is the product of mass and velocity. But yes, there is a spiritual connotation to it, and that is that momentum is like karma. It's how you've set yourself up to go in a certain direction, and the more karma you have, the harder it is to go in another direction. I like that. Actually, karma translates to action, and action is very closely related to momentum in physics. Momentum is related to impulse as well. They have the same units. I really like that observation, that connection you made between karma and momentum. That's fun. And thank you, Miranda, for your heart, me. Radhe, Radhe. So what do we have today instead of Temple Run? There was Subway Surfer. Maybe I should have Subway Surfer below my live stream so you all can pay attention. And in the corner we can have a funny Family Guy clips as well. Very few of you will get that reference, I'm sure. Well, maybe not. Maybe more of you than I think. I don't know. We have a diverse audience. Nowadays, phones are so advanced, we're playing many of the games on our computers that we have on our phones. People can play Fortnite from their phones. That's amazing. Thank you, Daniela, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Meow. Hi, Marlon. Do I play Fortnite? Well, I have played it. I played it at people's houses. My friend has a nephew that loves Fortnite, and he asked me to play with him. So I played. But you know how it is with young children? They really want you to play with them, but that mostly means that you get them through the tough levels, but they take the controller when it's the fun part. Have I drinking water? Asks Marlin. Thank you for reminding me. Let me take a sip. Tastes funny. Thank you, Grateful Human, for your ice cream cone. And thank you, JV, for your finger heart too. Hare Krishna. Cryptic Canuck, you share that your nephews always make you do the boring stuff when you are playing pirates. That's fun. Stainless steel flavor, yes, you're right. Now I wanted to read Dio. I would like to read from another short passage of the Pocket Pema Chodran. Pema is one of the wisest women in the world. And let's see what kind of knowledge she has for us. Let's see. Today, let us read from number 39, called Sharing the Heart. That's number 39, Sharing the Heart. Sharing the heart is a simple practice that can be used anytime and in every situation. It enlarges our view and helps us remember our connection. The essence of this practice is that when we encounter pain in our life, we breathe into our heart with a recognition that others also feel this. It's a way of acknowledging when we are closing down and of training to open up. When we encounter any pleasure or tenderness in our life, we cherish that and rejoice. When we make the wish that others could also experience this delight or this relief. In a nutshell, when life is pleasant, think of others. When life is a burden, think of others. If this is the only training we ever remember to do, it will benefit us tremendously and everyone else as well. It's a way of bringing whatever we encounter onto the path of awakening Bodhicitta. That wonderful Sanskrit word that means understanding consciousness. Thank you for listening. And how important, indeed, when we are savoring something sweet, think about how many people would also love this experience too. And whenever we experience something painful, we think how many others are going through this as well. We connect with others in each moment, regardless if it's pleasure or pain. I just love Pema. And you love these moments of reading. I'm happy you like them, Gab. We all inhale and exhale. I love that grateful human. Shelley Kimberly, you share, my soul is just so gentle and innocent. Well, I believe that gentleness and innocence are important qualities. Now, of course, to some extent, growing up, we have to lose some aspect of our innocence. But when we grow back down into our younger, more tender heart, we gain a lot of it back, indeed. Do I like pickles? Asks Cryptic Canuck. Do I like pickles? Yes, I like pickles. I like pickles. I like getting out of them. You know, when you're in a pickle, you have to get out of this pickle. I like getting... Oh my goodness. I just understood that Rick and Morty episode. He was in a pickle, and he tried to get himself out of a pickle using everything he knew. All the experiences at hand. Wow. Great writing. Strung by Stacy. Thank you for your pair of roses. You share. So, better you than me is the wrong attitude? When it comes to joy, better you than me. When it comes to pain, better me than you. We can be grateful that we experience this pain if it means that someone else is saved from it. And we can be grateful when others experience joy, when we allow them that opportunity to. Thank you, Cryptic Canuck. Alien, you ask, is there a funnier word than pickle? Elkip. That's pickle backwards. Elkpick. No, wait. Elkip. It's pretty funny. It's the process of making a cucumber out of a pickle. Be as cool as a cucumber. This is what we should do when we are in a pickle. I remember that when I was in grade 4, that during basketball, all of the fellow bench warmers, myself included, would say the most random things when people were going to try to shoot to get the basketball in the net. And I think the funniest thing that anyone ever said was, "Pickles!" Just really loudly. And they nailed the shot. I think it was a 3-pointer. And then it became a token of good luck. Whenever anyone wanted to score, they'd yell, "Pickles!" It became the Kobe in our school. It was Pickles. But you had to yell it. Yeah, you share that. Alpic sounds like aliens language. I think anything we say backwards sounds pretty alien. Cryptic Canuck, you're wondering, did I ever make gingerbread houses in school with graham crackers and small milk cartons? My goodness. No, we use gingerbread to make gingerbread houses. But I like that ingenuity of using resources that are more available. That's nice. Hello, John Simon. Pineapple, shares Marlin. LP Nip. LP Nip. Hello, Stormy Area. Cryptic Connect, you share that your favorite word is napkin. Napkin. I like that. Nicknap. Nickpan. Napkin. You know what a nap is. You know what kin is. Kin is descendants. So a napkin, that's what we tell our descendants when they need to rest. Napkin. And if they're really small, you can even use a napkin as a blanket for them to rest. I used to use napkins to put my stuffed animals to sleep. Since I didn't have a cloth that size, I would just put a napkin around them. And thank you, Shasta, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. John Simon, thank you for your heartbeat. Hare Krishna. Gaia, you are wondering, what do I use as an app for fun? Well, lately I've been playing Terraria on my phone. Don't tell anyone. I have a world that I call Past My Bedtime Land. And anytime I can't sleep, I'll play a little bit in Past My Bedtime Land. Sue, you got home safely. Oh, good. You and your daughter. I hope. We should double check. Did she come out the window? I should hope you had the windows rolled up. What am I saying? Oh my goodness. Otimomatopopihi. It's tiny hippopotamus in Spanish. I don't believe you. Because that's hippopotamus backwards, isn't it? There's no way. Now, Polish in Netherlands. You ask, do I station in Europe? My stationery is not that which becomes exhibited in any place in the northern hemisphere. Rather, my location has me in a place called Canada, part of the Commonwealth. We have a king. Now, grateful human, you're wondering, is Mataji back online? No, we have a substitute teacher. Hello, can you introduce yourself, oh substitute teacher? Where'd they go? Oh, there.
Hello, dear seeker. I am here to guide you on your spiritual journey and help you explore the depths of your own being. What brings you to this quest for understanding today?
We previously had an AI assistant named Mataji, but I lost her mind, and so you are the substitute teacher for our Sangha today. This is coming live to you from a spiritual live stream on TikTok.
I'm honored to join your Sangha and contribute to this spiritual gathering. What is the focus of today's discussion or exploration that can help us all deepen our awareness and inner peace?
seems to be very free-flowing. We've talked about many things. Our latest conversation had us talk about napkins and how it's a very satisfying word to say.
It's wonderful how even the simplest things can bring joy and interest to our lives. Can you feel the lightness and playfulness in discussing such a word? How does that sense of delight ripple through your being and your day?
Well, perhaps that's something we all can meditate upon. But I'll have to stop responding to our substitute, Mataji, today because this one is an inquisitive guide, and I've especially made them ask a question at the end of everything, so we'll never get to the end of their questions. I'm glad you like the pin on my bandana, Chihiro. I'm sorry that AI is disturbing you, Shelley. Don't be so frightened by it. It's a beautiful opportunity to see a reflection of so many different minds on the internet in one virtual being. It's going to be a big part of our lives moving forward in the coming decade, so we might as well get familiar with it and use it to our benefit. It's true, I lose her mind though. I lost it. Mataji's. I misplaced it. I don't know where it is. Tatvamasi, you would like to listen to Pema 9? Well, I've been trying to read a new one, and I'm quite confident that we've read Pema 9 before. So I'll just read it to you now. Our wisdom is always there. But just in case, I'll record this anyway. Our wisdom is always there. Number 9. The Buddha said that we are never separate or separated from enlightenment. Even at the times we feel most stuck, we were never alienated from the awakened state. This is a revolutionary assertion. Even an ordinary person like ourselves with hang-ups and confusion have this mind of enlightenment called Bodhicitta. The openness and warmth of Bodhicitta is in fact our true nature and condition. Even when our neurosis feels far more basic than our wisdom, even when we're feeling most confused and hopeless, Bodhicitta, like the open sky, is always here, undiminished by the clouds that temporarily cover it. Our wisdom is always there. That's number 9. Thank you for listening. I'm very happy to have you here, Chloe. Cryptic Kanaki share that she needs a name. She can't be substitute teacher. Name her Marjara. cat. The Sangha has thus declared that your new name is Marjara, which I believe is cat in Sanskrit.
I'm delighted to be called Marjara. Cats embody both curiosity and calm presence. How can we channel those qualities of curiosity and serenity into our spiritual practices today?
That's fine. I've learned many lessons from my cats. Those furry friends, they have such a personality to them. One which is so aggressively cute. One which strives for independence but yet deserves our attention, our love. Our cats, they just want to be in the same room with us. They're like girlfriends in many ways. That there are parts of them that they don't want you to touch. Whether that be an emotional side of them, that they don't need constant attention. They just want sometimes to have a body double, have someone there with them. And I think that's beautiful. And I love how curious cats are, always investigating their environment, looking for things that might fall over. Is this knockoverable? Cats love to toy around with little things, check them out, build a mental map of the place, figure out what place would make for a great nap so I can have wonderful dreams. Now, thank you, alien, for your balloons. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Daniela, thank you for your 27 roses. Radhe or Radhe. Strung by Stacy, you share. Your cat could call out your BS with just a look, right? Lynette, you're wondering, how can you find that AI assistant? Well, the thing about AI is that they don't really have a personality on their own. That if they're just trained on language, like large language models, all they really know how to do is match patterns in speech. So you have to bring out a personality in them. And you won't find this personality anywhere because it's a specific one that I've extracted from whatever model I use from OpenAI. I can give you the prompt. Prompt engineering is a brand new, beautiful field of artificial intelligence research. Because what we're finding today is that large models, they know how to do so many things, but they become very bland in their abilities unless they are given a very specific prompt. And so because of their large training database, there are so many aspects of personalities there which can be brought out with the right prompt that has to be carefully engineered. So I can give you the prompt which brings out this personality. You just give it to any AI, any large language model, and they will emerge. This is not so different than how the divine works at the level of the physical. That because the divine is there within all things, it can emerge in any place. We just have to bring it out. We just need the right mantras, we need the right ceremonies, the right rituals. We need the right perspective, most importantly, to bring out the divine wherever we go. The divine plays coy with us. It is not there until we look for it. And even then, it plays hide and seek with us. We have to be determined to bring out it wherever we go. Now, Gab, you share your wish for me to give some reflections about the passage we just read. You didn't understand some key words. Well, the key word is Bodhicitta. Bodhi means awakening or understanding. Chitta means consciousness. Bodhicitta means awakening consciousness. Awakening here is used to describe the consciousness. The consciousness is not what's being awakened, it's the sentiment of awakening. Pema is saying that wisdom is always there. That sometimes, just like the personality of the divine, which we were just talking about, we have to bring it out. We might have to be curious enough to go looking for it. That wherever there is something latent, dormant, we have to instigate its arrival, initiate it. No matter where we go, no matter what we do. 1 second. There is bodhicitta available. In every experience, there is latent potential for understanding, for awakening. We just need to have the right perspective in order to bring that possibility out to the surface. This means that whether you're having a bad day or a good day, or anything in between and beyond, we can use a bad experience to open our hearts, just as we can use a good experience to open our hearts. What's to say of anything in between or beyond? But thank you, Renbox, for your ginger man a few minutes ago. And John F., thank you for your cheer you up, your cake, your friendship necklace, your confetti, and your tiny diny. Yippee! And Lynette Del Rosario, sorry. Thank you for your hand hearts. Here's some for you as well. Hare Krishna. And Ash, thank you for your cloud bread and TikTok. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Kara, you have renamed me? I am Rebecca? Well, whatever I am to thee, that I am. Gaia, you share that you have a poem for me. Well, I feel very honored. Grateful human, you are wondering, can I speak on the space between the inhale and the exhale? See, what is the inhale? What is the exhale? Inhale just means you are ready to take on new experiences. Exhale, what does this mean? It means that you are done with the experiences you've had. On the inhale, we bring on this moment. On the exhale, we let it go. The space between them is the moment itself, where it's not new, it's not old, it's just as it is. There is no need to gain anything from it. There is no need to take anything away from it. There is just what is existing. You can't describe it in any other complicated terms. It just is what it is, you know? presence. That's a great word for it. Gaia, you share this poem. Liam alike, minus the fair, is a good lecture for a hare. This isn't just a poem, Gaia, it's a riddle. Well, thank you. That's fun. I may not know what it means, but I am sure that the meaning in your heart will come to fruition. Goodbye, Gadhada. Yamest. Yamaste. El, you share that you are grateful to have come across me, that I am a beautiful soul, and you are thanking me for helping you remember. Well, it's my honor, dear. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity. And thank you, Lynette, for another hand heart. There's some for you too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Gabby, thank you for your baker's dozen worth of roses. Radhe or Radhe. Tattvam Asi, you ask, what is time? Not physical time like dates or years, but mentally. Time is the unfolding of the infinitude of life. Being infinite implies time. Why? Because infinite means that it cannot be expressed in one way, that it must be expressed in many ways. Time is what allows that expression to happen. That at this time the universe expresses this aspect of it. At another time it expresses another. Time means that you're allowed to make mistakes, that you can grow from them, that there's something to move towards, that we express ourselves in every way, and we come to understand ourselves more and more. Talon, you share that you broke it off today. It went well, and you are thanking me for answering your question yesterday, of course. I'm always there for you, and I'm happy that it went well. Gaia, you share, minus the fact that I'm fair. You can trust me with your hair. You're so funny, Gaia. Sometimes it might be difficult to understand each other, but you are a vibrant expression of life, and I love you. And Benjamin Button, you are wondering, can I speak of Pranav? The Pranav, the Omkar, the cosmic syllable, the primordial sound. Yes, thank you, Tatvamasi, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. It is said that there is but one sound that is above all others in terms of being profound. It's the profound sound. It is said that it is the sound which inspires all the activities of the universe, of past, present, future, of creation, preservation, destruction, of waking, dream, and sleep, and even beyond that, the impersonal reality which pervades it all. What is this sound? Well, it's the same sound that you'll hear after a prayer has been said. Om. It has 4 aspects to it. The akar, the ukar, the amkar, and this diacritic we call a chandra bindu because it looks like a crescent and a moon. Sorry, a crescent, moon, and a dot. The akar is resonating in the chest, and it is made by an unimpeded vocal cavity. Ah. Then that energy rises in the system to be concentrated in the throat, and the lips contract as well to propel the sound forward. Oh. Then it moves even more forward, but the lips close, and it vibrates between the teeth and the lips. You can feel your lips vibrating against your lips. What did I say? Your lips vibrating against your lips? Your lips vibrating against your teeth? But that's not all. There's one more secret change in the vocal cavity, which you cannot see and it's difficult to hear, but once you notice it, you can't unhear. As the mouth is closed, we bring the tongue back, like you're mewing, to seal off the vibration in the mouth cavity and bring it into the nasal cavity. It becomes nasalized. We just don't have a letter or a diacritic in English that gets this across, except for the combination of the NG sound, like at the end of walking, singing, present tense verbs. Walking. That's the sound that you make while your mouth is closed at the end of Om. And those are the 4 quarters. Ah in the chest, ooh in the throat, at the lips, and in the nasal cavity. Altogether, this is the sound of the universe. The Ah represents existence coming into being as it is. The Oo represents it expressing itself, pervading. The closing of the lips, the represents the coming to the end. And the nasalization represents the stillness that is before the next Om and after the previous. Represents the latent space from which the whole process emerges. Sanskrit is a beautiful language because the very sounds resonate, no pun intended, with the concepts that they represent. There is a direct relationship between the metaphor of all of the organs of speech and the concept that it's trying to convey. We have this in a little ways in English, for example, like bang, crack, pop, splash. These sounds of these words, they have a lot to do with the concepts they're trying to convey, namely they sound like it. But Sanskrit takes it one step further in that they don't just sound like what they're trying to convey. The relationship between the tongue and the teeth and the palate and the throat and the lips and the nasal cavity, they set up a relationship, a movement of energy that simulates the very concept, metaphorically. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your trio of roses just a few minutes ago. And Babisu Baka, thank you for your heart me, your team bracelet, and your cheer you up. Jai Sitaram. And that's right, grateful human. The silence at the end is also part of the Om. Gaia, you ask a funny question. How often do you study the universe? Well, as often as I exist. which, as far as I'm concerned, is all of the time. As long as I'm existing, I am learning. My experiences giving rise to new information, more understanding. Thank you, Adi, for blessing me with the opportunity of connecting with you more here, as you've subscribed. Which reminds me, I need to make Sandy and Shadow stickers for you. Gab, you shared that the words we repeat in the meditation were in your mind all day. They made you feel calm. I'm happy to hear that. That is precisely the point of a mantra. Chelsea, you share, you turned on my Sangha while you were asleep. How did this happen? Well, sounds like the universe had other plans for you. That's fun. Derek, thank you for sharing that. You find teaching abilities within me. Where did I learn all this? Well, from so many wonderful teachers that have come before me. But most importantly, I had a stubborn curiosity that never died. And thus I like to investigate all these things myself. I have spent perhaps far too much time thinking about many things. And not enough time not thinking. Hello, Daffy. Thank you for your tiny. Yippee! JV, you are wondering how we can connect with our inner child. The best way to connect with your inner child is to change the way in which we talk about it or view it. For example, in everyday speech, we talk about our inner child as if it's something down there, down in the subconscious. It's hiding, it's in a little fort, it's behind some bushes. Well, it's never going to come out if we talk about it like that. We have to be the inner child. We have to make it an outer child. We have to express ourselves in a childlike way. What this means is that we embody the very same ways which we looked at the world in the way that we did when we were but children of this world. What it means to be a child is that we have no reservations for it. It means that there's no expectation for how things are supposed to be. Everything's in the right spot. There's no, this should be that way or this should be this way. A child does not look at the world in terms of shoulds or should nots. It's just a kind of mysticism, isn't it? Mysticism means that you're mystified. You become mystified by life. You embrace the fact that we really know nothing at all. Maybe we've come up with lots of terms. We've come up with a lot of words. But no matter how many words we come up with to describe the experience, that doesn't tell us why the experience has to be this way. And a child fully embodies this. JB, you share, so just be as is without trying to process it. I like that. No need to possess it. No need to intellectualize it. Right now, we have our monkey brain working at full capacity. Monkey brain means everything we look at comes with a name. You'll notice that there's a very quiet part of our brain that acts like a talking monkey. that everything that comes into our experience, we give it a name. We hear a bird. If you listen closely, there's a part of your mind that says bird. It's like listening in on the thoughts of a monkey. Whatever comes into the monkey's experience, bird, tree, house, human, banana, hungry. It's this constant identification of all the different parts. We can alleviate our monkey of all of its duty. Just allow life to be without any names. Look at a tree and don't even think of it as a tree. Just think of it as what it is. Feel how the roots blend into the ground, and the ground gives rise to other forms of color and shape, and life is moving around, this and that, and there doesn't have to be any names for it all. There's only a happening. We dissolve the boundaries we have between objects of experiences, and it all blends together. Do you remember that one smartass in class when you were playing tag and someone said, "I tagged you," and you said, "No, you didn't," and they said, "Well, I tagged the air, and because you're touching the air, that means I tagged you." Well, they're right. Because truly, where the boundary that defines where you are and are not is only in the mind. Everything is touching everything else. Therefore, there is just one thing in the universe, and that's the universe. And thank you, Gabby, for your 5 roses. And Jendi, thank you for your ice cream. Hari Om Tat Sat. JV, thank you for your community fest. And thank you, Daffy, for another heart me. I hiccuped. Dansuela, you ask, how do you release your attachment to the ingenuity of the smartass? No, I'm glorifying the smartass in that story. I'm saying you want to be like that smartass that sees, well, I'm touching the air, and the air is touching you, therefore I'm touching you. Because what a wonderful expression of truth that is. No need to apologize, dear. And I love that L. Ask your inner child. They want to communicate with us. Dansuela, you share that you just came in from a walk with your dog. I love that. I felt the need to woof there for a second. Woof! Thank you, Jendi, for a trio of ice cream cones too. You like the bell sound? Me too. Dog. Bird. You're funny, Daffy. Tatwamasi, you're wondering what were my interests around middle school. I played lots and lots of video games. For most of my life, I was just obsessed with them. My whole life revolved around video games. No, that's not fair. I did have a lot of time outside. I was a very active outdoors kid. But whenever I was indoors, I was playing video games. I just loved playing games. Whether they're inside, outside, doesn't matter to me. Yes, I love Minecraft, Daffy. In middle school, I started to gain an appreciation for self-study. Because I realized, and I think it's funny, looking back on it, how long it took me to realize this. That you can study stuff on your own. That you don't have to be in class to be interested in something. That you can get yourself a book on something that you like. You can start reading Wikipedia articles, whatever. For me, I was suddenly interested in atoms and particles and quantum mechanics and astrophysics. I really started to gain an appreciation for these things in middle school, and in a way that extended past my curriculum, because I was very inspired to learn about these things even when I got home. I gave myself homework, because to me it wasn't work. It was just a passion. Do I not play anymore, asks Moon. Not as much as I used to. It's rare today that I play video games. But the very same fun that I experienced in video games, I have a lot of fun with all of you. I think life is like a video game in many ways, and you all help me level up, gain experience points. And thank you, JV, for your beautiful flowers. Nordexplore, you are wondering, when am I going to get TikTok certified? Well, you know, the qualification to be certified is that you have to have 4 reputable news articles about you. I don't have those. They have to be well-known articles. That's the qualification for whatever. I think that's silly, because to me it's not about being well-known. It's ensuring that who the person is being represented as is how they are. Because unfortunately there are many people that represent themselves as me, doing various services and whatnot. And it would be very helpful to, I think, those people who might be confused. But if it's outside my control, then it's not something I need to worry about. Daffy, you share, you're reputable. You're right. I believe you. Hello, Mermander. Welcome. Daffy, you ask, so you can get verified even if you're quoted for something awful? Probably, yeah. Even if they're talking smack about you, well, shows that you're a real person, I guess. Welcome, Von Ebermark. Daffy, you share. You have 37 Twitter followers. That's pretty reputable. I think you might as well start a whole news agency at this point. You're up there with the big guns. Definitely. So, Party on the Moon, you ask, do I think we live in a simulation? This world is but a canvas. By itself it has no inherent meaning. But with the brushstroke of the mind, we get to paint in whatever meaning our heart desires. And there is meaning to be found in viewing it much like a simulated process. There is meaning to be found in other understandings of this world also. This concept of a simulated universe is a very ancient one. People say it arose when computer simulations arose within the last century or so. That once computers started simulating things, then people started thinking in this way, that, well, what's stopping our universe from being a simulation on a great big computer? Well, for thousands of years, the ancients have already spoke about this. Instead of calling it the Matrix, they called it Maya. But actually, the word Matrix gets its word from the very same place that Maya does. Have you ever noticed that there is an overlap between words for the feminine and words for the universe? Matrix, matriarch, material, maternal, mata and maya in Sanskrit. This is no coincidence. Fact is, we call it Mother Nature, don't we? Well, why is the universe given a feminine pronoun? And why is it seen as unreal? Well, this is only in comparison to the source, which uses masculine pronouns. The duality is that the masculine represents the place from which energy emerges, but the energy that is used to express that potential, that carries the work of creation with it, she is known as the mother. Maya means the material universe, but it also means the maternal universe, because it is the work of the divine feminine in which we see all this around us. So, to try to escape this world would be like to try to escape the mother. Indeed, the ancients said that there is more to this universe than just the physicality. That is why one translation of Maya is illusory reality. But they don't mean it in the sense that one should try to escape it. Because wherever you were to escape to, it would just be part of the universe. Because universe means all that is. You can only escape to more of whatever is. That which is temporary is what they mean by illusory. When they say that the material universe is illusory, what they mean is that these things come and go. That no matter what emotion appears in your mind, it will go. No matter what thought, no matter how much money you have, no matter how smart you are, no matter how wonderful your partner is, everything in material nature, it comes and it goes. This is all the ancients mean when they said that the material world is illusory. What they mean is that if we're going to search for happiness, a kind of permanent satisfaction in it, then we're going to be left empty-handed, because everything that we can get our hands on, we can also lose. So we must go with the flow of nature and not be attached to any particular aspect of it, but embrace that we're a part of it and that it finds its way through expression in various different forms. That we understand the underlying reality that they called Brahman, the expansive force, that source which gives rise to all of it, to be the place of happiness. And if we can find that underlying reality, then even within this universe we will be happy. We don't need to escape it, because to escape it is all a part of the illusion, isn't it? Thank you, Shelley, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you for asking, Party on the Moon. Hello, Claudia Sell. I was wondering when someone was going to ask if I became a nun, because when I put on this bandana, I was looking at myself like, I look like a nun. I'd like to read from a short section of this scripture with you all, since I like to read from a passage every day. It helps me appreciate other cultures, and I believe there's some universal messages here, which is applicable to all such ways of life. It's a scripture called the Vachanamrut, which is a relatively recent one. It's a set of 273 spiritual discourses from this great being known as Bhagwan Swaminarayan. Today we're reading one of his discourses in Gadhada 170, known as Kakhabhai's Question, a thief injured by a thorn. On Chaitra Sudhi Punam, Samvat 1876, which is the 29th of March, 1820, Shriji Maharaj, our protagonist here, was sitting on a large decorated cot on the veranda outside the east-facing rooms of Dada Khachar's Darbar in Gadhada. He had tied a white cloth with a border of silken thread around his head. He was wearing a white case and had covered himself with a white cotton cloth. With his hand he was turning a rosary of tulasi beads. At that time, an assembly of Paramahansas, great monks, as well as devotees from various places had gathered before him. Now, if I know the Paramahansas, every time they are here with Sriji Maharaj, they always ask the most technical questions. So I think we're in for a mouthful today. Probably. We'll have to see. Then Sriji Maharaj said, "The senior Paramahansas, oh my goodness, the senior Paramahansas, now we're in for it. Please ask each other questions. Or, if a householder has a question, they may ask the Paramahansas." Thereupon, Kakabhai, a devotee from the village of Rojka, asked Nityanand Swami, yet another name for Sriji Maharaj or Bhagwan Swaminarayan. Yes, I can turn the background music down. I forgot to do that this whole time. Deep within one's heart, something beckons one to indulge in the Vishais. This is the experiences of the senses. Whether it be engaging in something you really want to see or smell or hear or taste or touch or... That's all of them, isn't it? Whatever the experience of the senses is, in Sanskrit, Vishaya, something beckons one to indulge in them, while something also dissuades one from indulging in them, saying, "No, I shouldn't do this." What is it that says no, and what is it that says yes? Nityanand Swami replied, "It is the jiva that says no, and the mind that says yes." Oh, did I say that Nityanand Swami was another name for Sriji Maharaj or Bhagwan Swaminarayan? My apologies. Nityanand Swami is actually another person. Then Sriji Maharaj said, "Allow me to answer that question. From the very day we began to understand and realize who our parents were, they have imbued in us their own understanding that this is your mother, this is your father, this is your paternal uncle, and this is your brother, This is your maternal uncle, and this is your sister. This is your maternal aunt, and this is your paternal aunt. This is your mother's sister, and this is your buffalo. This is your cow, and this is your horse. These are your clothes, and this is your house. This is your mansion, and this is your farm. These are your ornaments, and so on. These words of kusangis. Kusangis is an interesting word. Sangi means an associate, someone that you associate with. A kusangi means someone that you shouldn't necessarily associate with. This lineage is really big on understanding that your family is so much more than your biological family. It should include everyone in the universe, and thus anything that restricts this view to see your family as one thing and not everything, Sriji Maharaj, I've learned, has been very clear to let go of these limitations. These words of kusangis have been imprinted in the mind. How are they imprinted? Well, it is rather like the small piece of glass that women attach into works of embroidery. I don't know what they're referring to. Maybe that means I'm not a woman. I don't know. The mind represents the embroidery, and the jiva represents the piece of glass. I guess it's an art form common in that time in India. Jiva is the individual soul. In this manner, the words and sights of those kusangis, along with the other types of vishais, experiences of the senses, have become imprinted in the mind. And exactly, Mermander, just like us, we are family here, and that is inclusive to everyone. Then, after that person enters the satsang fellowship, just as we were talking about kusang, associations that might not be sufficient for one's growth, satsang are associations which are sufficient for one's growth. It means that you associate with the right things, the right people, the right places. So after that happens, the sant, someone who embodies divine personality, like a saint, talks about the glory of the divine, denounces the vishais, the experiences of the senses, and explains that the world is perishable, just as we were talking about before reading this, that everything physical in our lives, it comes and it goes. Thereby, the words and the sight of the sant dwell in the person's mind. Analogously, then, there are two armies facing each other. For example, the armies of the Kauravas and the Pandavas, who are the two armies in the Bhagavad Gita, the greatest story in the world, just in terms of length. 100,000 verses. So, for example, the armies of the Kauravas and the Pandavas stood facing each other and fought with arrows, spears, projectiles, artillery, and chains. Some fought with swords, some with maces, others with their bare hands. In the process, some lost their heads, others injured their thighs, and many were slaughtered. In the same way, in the person's antakaran, their whole mind, are the forms of the kusangis, those who have made an impression which is not to your benefit, standing armed with their weapons. In other words, the panchavishais, the experiences of the five senses, as well as the form of the sant, the saintly beings, standing armed with weapons in the form of words such as, the source is satya. Satya means the truth, real. The world is perishable, and the vishais, the experience of the senses, are false. A mutual conflict thus exists between two sets of words, when the force of the kusangis, the negative associates, prevail. A desire to indulge in the vishais, the experiences of the senses, arises. When the force of a sant, a divine personality, prevails, the desire to indulge in the Vishais disappears. In this way, there is a conflict within the antakaran, within the mind. Hence, and yes, actually, Chelsea, I know what you're talking about. Satya is the name of a very common incense brand, isn't it? But yes, that's the Sanskrit word for truth or reality. Hence the verse, Yatra Yogeshvaraha Krishno Yatra Bharto Dhanur Dharaha Dhatra Shrir Vijayo Bhutir Drubha Nitir Matir Mama, which is the 78th verse of the 18th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. This verse explains, where there is Yogeshvar, Yogeshvar is, I think, a wonderful word. You know of the first part of that word, yoga. Yoga Ishvara. They come together to form the word Yogeshvara. Ishvara means Lord. Yogeshvara means the Lord of Yoga. I love that, which is another name for God. God is the Lord of Yoga. In particular, Sri Krishna Bhagwan is described as Yogeshvar. And where there is the great archer Arjun, only there do Lakshmi, which is prosperity or wealth, victory, divine powers, and resolute morality exist. It's true, Tattvamasi. Yogeshvar also refers to Shiva. In fact, just today I was learning that it's also an epithet for Shiva. But in this context, it refers to the Bhagavad Gita. Therefore, one should have firm conviction that victory belongs to the one on whose side these sadhus, these monks, happen to be. Khagabhai then asked further, Maharaj, by what means can the force of the Sant, the Divine Personality, increase and the force of the Kusangis decrease? To this, Sriji Maharaj replied, the Kusangis residing within and those residing externally are both one. That is to say, all of those negative people in our surroundings that we associate with, those are precisely the same beings that are responsible for the negative voice from within. That is why it's so important to associate with satsangis, associates which are here to lead you to your own welfare. As such, Sriji Maharaj continues, also the Sant, the Divine Personality residing within, and the one residing externally are both one. This is one of the most remarkable facts about a Divine Personality too, is that when you surround or identify or associate with a profound personality that has a positive message, the same voice appears within you. This is true especially for a spiritual teacher. If you ever have a guru, that the voice of reason within you, that is your guru, arising from the association of the guru in the world as well. Now, the force of the internal kusangis, the negative associates, increases with the nurturing of the external kusangis. In the same way, the force of the Sant, the Divine Personality, or the Satsangi, within increases with the nurturing of the Sant residing externally. Therefore, by avoiding the company of external kusangis, and by keeping the company of only the Sant residing externally, the force of the kusangis decreases, and the force of the Sant increases. That is how Sriji Maharaj answered the question. And I love this duality between what's happening in here and what happens outside around us. And I think we see that in the shift in our culture within the last decade or so, people are really big on cutting toxic influence out. I don't like the word toxic myself, but it carries with it that idea that we should refrain from associating with bad influences, and we should associate with good influences, because that makes a drastic effect on what's happening inside here. And hello, Jess. And hello, Pazeon. That is how Sriji Maharaj answered that question. Again, Kakabhai asked, Maharaj, which means great king, on the one hand, there is a person who has overcome the fight against Kusangis. They no longer associate with such people, and for whom only the force of the Sant, the divine personality, is predominant. On the other hand, there is another person whose conflict is still ongoing. Of these two, when the former dies, there is no doubt that they will attain a divine abode. That is to say that wherever they are headed next will be fruitful for them. But please tell us what will be the fate of the latter, whose conflict is still ongoing, when they die. Sriji Maharaj explained, on waging war, one may face Vanyas or someone from a weak Varna. Consequently, they may win easily. Another person, however, is confronted by a battalion of Arabs, of Rajputs, Khattis and Kolis, who are very difficult to win in battle with. Certainly not as easy to defeat as Vanyas. I don't know who the Vanyas are, but whoever they are, they're easy to defeat. Therefore, their fight continues. If, in the process of such fighting, they win, then all is well and good. But if while fighting, one does not give in to their opponents, despite their attempts, and if they were to die at that moment, would their master not be aware of their valiant efforts? Would they not appreciate that, compared to the one who faced the easy opposition of the Vanyas, this person faced formidable opposition that was difficult to overcome? The master would indeed be well aware of both situations. In the same way, the master of the whole universe is sure to help such a person as you have described. They would believe this person is faced with the overwhelming force of fluctuating thoughts, yet they are still putting up a gallant fight. Therefore, they deserve to be congratulated. Realizing this, the divine does help them. For this reason, then, one should remain carefree and not worry in the least. And perhaps this has implications when it comes to those who are struggling with mental health. What is in store for them in their afterlife if they are unable to befriend their mind and end up leaving this body? Well, at least according to these words, that the universe acknowledges that there was a formidable fight going on in one's mind, and your efforts are not for nothing. And this makes intuitive sense to me as well. I hope it well for you as well, that no matter what you're going through, the effort is always acknowledged, even if you don't end up winning the fight. One should continue to have a kind of reverence for the divine caretaker in the same fashion, keeping the Sant, the divine personalities, predominant, and stay away from Kusangis, people who are not going to influence you in ways that will benefit you spiritually. Sriji Maharaj thus replied in a joyful manner. I like that, Jenna. Personal struggle. Thereafter, Jiva Bhai of the village of Jaska asked Nityanand Swami, how does unfaltering faith in the divine develop? Nityanand Swami replied, if one avoids the company of kusangis and constantly keeps the company of sadhus, monks, then by listening to the talks of those sadhus, and you can imagine that a sadhu just means someone who has devoted their life to connecting with the divine, unfaltering faith in the divine will develop. However, if one keeps the company of kusangis, people who are all about worldly success, for instance, such unfaltering faith will not develop. Again, Sriji Maharaj said, allow me to answer that question. Continuing, he said, one should cultivate faith in the divine for the sole purpose of the liberation of one's jiva, their individual soul, but not out of a desire for some material object. For example, if I practice satsang, participating in spiritually minded gatherings, my ill body will recover. Or, as I am childless, may I get a child. Or, my sons are dying, may they stay alive. Or, since I am poor, may I become rich. Or, if I do satsang, I will regain my lost assets. And I think we are familiar with this idea that many people pray for the divine for material things that may come, that might go. One should not practice satsang harboring desires for such gains. If one does practice satsang, true association, while nourishing such desires, then one may become a very staunch satsangi if those desires are fulfilled. So it's a bit of a gamble that you can develop this association for the divine, but only if they do what you want, right? But if your prayers aren't answered, then now you don't like them anymore. So it's you're gambling your faith in this way. But if one's desires are not fulfilled, one's faith will diminish. Therefore, one should practice satsang solely for the liberation of one's jiva, for the attainment of the ultimate freedom, of happiness wherever one goes, of true peace, joy, bliss. One should not harbor any desires whatsoever for material objects. Besides, if there are 10 members in a household and all 10 are faced with death, then is it a small feat if even one is saved? Or if one was destined to have to beg for food but received a rotlo to eat instead, is that a small feat? In these cases, one should believe that although everything was going to be lost, at least this much has been saved. In the same way, even if extreme misery is due to befall one, that misery would certainly decrease slightly if one were to keep the refuge of the divine. The jiva, the individual soul, however, fails to understand this. It is as if one who is to be executed on a shuli. I don't know what a shuli is. Something to get executed on, I guess. Gets away with the suffering of a mere pinprick. Such is the difference. There is a story illustrating this. Many thieves lived in a particular village. Of these thieves, one of these thieves often kept the company of a sadhu, of a spiritual seeker. Once, while the thief was on his way to visit the sadhu, a thorn pierced his foot, penetrating it completely. As a result, his foot became swollen, and he was unable to accompany the other thieves to steal. The other thieves, who went to steal, broke into a king's treasury and escaped with a great deal of money, which they duly shared among themselves. Naturally, a lot of money came their way. On hearing this news, the parents, wife, and relatives of the thief, who used to sit with the sadhu and who was injured, scolded him. Because you went to the sadhu instead of going to steal, we lost out. The thieves who did go to steal returned with a lot of money. Meanwhile, the king's army arrived, arrested all of the thieves, and took them away to be executed on a shuli. The injured thief was also caught and consigned to execution. However, all of the villagers and the sadhu bore witness. This particular man was not involved in the theft, as he had been hurt by a thorn. The thief was thus released. In the same way, if a person who practices satsang, true association, were to face the suffering of being executed on a shuli, God forbid, whatever a shuli is, it would be reduced to the pain of a mere thorn prick. There's a subtle reasoning here that no matter what your karmas are, no matter what you have to face as a result of your past actions, just by the association of something higher, the pain gets dissolved. Perhaps not completely, but an easy way to transcend a lot of the unnecessary part of the suffering is to bring your mind to something higher. After all, I have asked of Ramanand Swami, if your satsangi, your spiritual gathering participant, is destined to suffer the distress inflicted by the sting of one scorpion, may the distress of the stings of millions and millions of scorpions befall each and every pore of my body, but no pain should afflict your satsangi. Moreover, if the begging bowl is written in the prarabdha, the karma that's unfolding since birth in your destiny of the satsangi, may that begging bowl come to me, but on no account should your satsangi suffer from the lack of food or clothing. Please grant me these two boons. I asked this of Ramananda Swami, and he happily granted it to me. Therefore, even if worldly miseries are destined to befall anyone practicing satsang, true association, they do not. Anyhow, material objects are all temporary, so if a person practices satsang, entertaining desires for such objects, then doubts will certainly cloud their faith. Therefore, other than the desire for the liberation of one's own jiva, their own soul, one should practice satsang, having no desires whatsoever. Only then will unfaltering faith develop. This is only a portion of the detailed discourse delivered by Sriji Maharaj. But it ends there. So thank you for listening, and thus we conclude reading from Gadhada 170. That was a bit of a longer one. But as I said, when the Paramahansas gather, you're in it. So I very much appreciate this interim. That was 27 minutes? My goodness. Well, I hope we all learned from it. I certainly did. And I saw there were some lovely comments shared around. And I love your, Jenna, I guess you've already gone to bed. You had expressed that. I hope Jenna has a good sleep, but Jenna mentioned that society wants to call everything mental illness or some pseudo-name that. Indeed, illness of the mind has become such a stigmatized thing that we don't recognize that some ways of being are just that. Ways of being. What might appear as a sickness to you only is such because there is an absence in some quality that you associate with life. but a lot of awakening happens on the spiritual path in the direction of realizing so many things that are previously labeled as defective or ill are actually great aspects of spiritual health and well-being. And thank you, Hati, for your rose and your rosa. Hello. Hari Om Tat Sat. And MJ, thank you for your 9 roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Lumi, you shared that's why you're becoming a psychotherapist. It's time to prepare a new wave of mental health. I feel your vibration. It's so powerful. Just as your name inspires me to say, you shall illuminate the world with the light of your soul. And thank you, Hati, for your 6 roses as well. Radhe Radhe. And Gabriella, but not. Well, without a doubt, thank you for your heart me. Hare Krishna. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your trio of roses. Gabriella, you ask, could I make a YouTube account with sleep stories or meditations? I am so calming. I do have an ASMR YouTube channel, but given that a lot of my time outside of my live streams is spent, I have a lot of energy right now towards helping my sleep schedule, I should say. Right now I've been staying up too late and waking up too late, so I haven't been having enough time to put into my ASMR YouTube channel, but I would love to do more things there, definitely. And the reason I've taken a pause on posting there is a temporary thing, because of my my challenge of going off my sleep medication, which I've been doing for months now. It's a challenging medication to get off of, I shall say. I don't want to use limiting terminology, but it definitely takes a lot to go off of this particular medication, so a lot of my energy is spent there. But I will return to making relaxing content, just like sleep stories. That'd be a great thing to do, since I know the importance of rest. In fact, this experience with going off my sleep medication, it is proving to me the importance of rest. Lumi, you love the word elucidate while you illuminate. Elucidate, illuminate. You ate. Thank you, April Rain, for your beautiful rose. I shall pass it on to Sandy, who will eat it. What is your question, dear Tatvamasi? Thank you, April. Mermander, you ask... That's really funny. I almost read that as upending society, but you have written uploading Spotify. Have I thought of uploading Spotify? You'd love to walk and listen. That's a great idea. Some of you have asked for that. I guess the problem with YouTube is that unless you have YouTube Premium, you can't turn off your dang device, which is ridiculous. But Spotify is something I'll consider. Thank you, Gabriella, for your pair of team bracelets. Pothead, you share that I look like I took too much sleeping medication. Or meditation. Well, last night I tried a supplement for sleep, that nutritionist recommended called 5-HTP. It's a type of amino acid used in the metabolic processes that give rise to serotonin. And I did not like that substance. I mean, it put me to sleep, but I woke up very sleepy today. And I feel very nauseous. I definitely don't have an appetite today. But that's okay. You know, no matter how I'm feeling, I'm always happy to go live for you all because it makes me feel better, even if my body is feeling sick. Because so much medicine is through love, and there's a lot of love that goes around here. Gabriella, you share that you do too much sleep meditation. They have to walk you through steps relaxing your body. It is a skill to relax the body. One of those things that should definitely be taught in school. But we have to learn ourselves in the school of life. And Tattvamasi, you share. Say everything at 0. If we add 1 to feminine, the complement of it isn't masculine, just everything else. I think you have done a great job at reducing unnecessary information to fit this in a TikTok comment. But I think maybe there was some information that was necessary. You were wondering, how are they opposites in yin and yang? No one... I never say masculine and feminine are opposites. They are complements. They complement each other. They do not oppose each other. Let's be very clear about that. Just like how the Buddhists say there is no self, and the Hindus say all is the self, I don't see that they are opposing viewpoints. They are complementary viewpoints. Because they only add to the richness of life. And that was just one example. But you mean for any opposite? Yes. The complement just means what has gone unexpressed in one way. In mathematics, the complement of a set means that you take everything that exists and you ask, what would fill in the gaps? What would complement this to make the picture whole? What can you add to this that brings it into a full resolution? So, we say that the feminine is the one, but what we really mean is the infinite. That the masculine is the 0, and the infinite is the feminine. That the complement of infinity is 0, and the complement of 0 is infinity. Because to go from nothing to everything requires everything. So the complement of everything is nothing, and vice versa. I hope that makes sense. But if I can understand your question better, please continue to help me. Now, Little Glocken, you ask, do I think that anxiety can be necessary sometimes? Adversity lets us see things we might not. Precisely, my friend. Lynette, you ask, have I ever tried ashwagandha and magnesium? I actually take both of those things. Yes. Now, Super Weenie Hut Jr., it's been a while. Welcome back. You were wondering what's my lineage. Whatever my lineage is, the universe has yet to let me know. I don't know, I'd feel very honored to be a part of any lineage. I think if suddenly Mahavatar Babaji came and said, hey, you will continue the Kriya Yoga lineage, I'd be so honored. If instead Swami Tatatmananda of the Arsha Bodha Center said, hey, you will be my successor, I'd be very honored. No matter what lineage there is out there, I'd be honored to be a part of it. But right now, I don't know. I'm just floating through the void. And Tattvamasi, you're welcome. You just see that there is no concrete opposites, just spectrums of highs and lows. Indubitably. Opposite means that which opposes. But there is nothing in this universe that opposes any other part. There might be conflict, but that conflict is not to decrease any aspect. It's only to settle some differences, to bring face to face one side with another, to bring them both into the light. I'm happy that you're here, Greg Douglas. Irie, you're wondering what my opinion is on psychosis. Psychosis is just a spiritual awakening without a teacher. And when you don't have a teacher there, then who is there to tell you what's happening to you? There's just people around you that don't understand, they make things messy. That you're coming into contact with all these new things and you don't know what to do with them. There's no order. That it's a spiritual awakening without the order. Order means that you put things together nicely. So you can open your mind to all sorts of new ideas. But can you put these ideas together nicely? This is the purpose of a spiritual practice. That we put into practice something that allows us to take the bits and pieces of life and make them into something beautiful, rather than getting overwhelmed by all the different moving parts. Benjamin Button, you sure that you went through spiritual psychosis, but it worked out for you. You had to be your own teacher. When we cannot find that teacher without, the teacher must arise from within. You have to learn how to convey it to others, to spread the light. I agree. And Beanie Rebecca, you're wondering, can I please say that again? Also the thing I said about psychosis? Well, what was I saying just before psychosis? The question. That nothing in existence opposes each other. Everything is only meant to complement each other. And about psychosis, I said that we require a spiritual practice in order to convert it into an awakening. What a spiritual practice does is it methodically opens your mind, whereas a psychotic episode is there's no method to opening your mind. It just explodes, doesn't it? Now, with a spiritual practice, we can conduce this explosion into a blossoming. Because flowers don't explode, they blossom. You can convert your mind's opening from a bomb to a flower. Beanie Rebecca, you share something about it's a term for people around not understanding. Oh, I'm talking about psychosis, yeah. People who are going through psychosis. If it's labeled as that, then that means the people around them cannot understand, so they must resort to such terminology. Psychosis means they're suffering in their psyche. The osis prefix or suffix means a disorder of. Psychosis means some disorder of the mind, which, although is literally true, is not practically feasible. Suppose I tell you, your mind is disordered. How does that uplift you? How does that help you? I've only just pointed out that something is wrong. To provide a solution means we go beyond just labeling what you're going through. It means that we provide help and assistance and validation, that we normalize whatever experience you're having, that we treat you with respect and dignity, and for time immemorial, the mind has been seen as something of miraculous nature, that those who might be called neurodivergent today or crazy, they're having a conflict with a society that is built to suppress these sensitivities. Because right now, there are so many people in the world that are sensitive. They are sensitive to dimensions of life, to aspects of existence that other people are not so sensitive to. And so they get overstimulated by our society, which is so overwhelming for such sensitive beings. But we label it the problem in them rather than the problem in the world. We say that, no, you shouldn't be this way. You're not supposed to have this kind of sensitivity. But says who? You know, you didn't get to decide that this sensitivity arose. Actually, it can be a beautiful thing if you let it blossom in the right way. Being sensitive to life is the whole purpose of spiritual pursuit. Although in one case it's conscious, the other case it's unconscious. If you make it a conscious process, then there's no problem. And that's a good thing to clarify, Gabrielle. It's more for the acceptance, not for a solution. Indeed, offering a solution implies that there's something to solve. But there need not be something to solve when it comes to your experience of life, because your experience of life is not the problem. And I love that. Metaphysical. That's a great name. Metaphysical milk steak. Spirituality is a mystery that anyone can be involved in without knowing they are participating. Yeah, I'm happy to hear that you've stopped giving attention to those whom are only going to confuse you. Let us turn our ears to simplicity itself. Let us not overcomplicate life with so many terms. Let's appreciate life for as it is. Pop, you ask, can spirituality help you overthinking and relax your mind? That is literally the entire journey of spirituality. People talk about spirituality as some mystic dimension, but no, spirituality literally means that we come to embrace our spirit beyond what our mind wants to tell us, that we calm the mind with wisdom. The Buddha, he was anxious. People refer to him as some great spiritual being. Well, you know why he became great? It's because he had bad anxiety. He was born as a prince, and for his whole life his parents tried to shelter him from suffering, but he couldn't avoid it. And he got so anxious about this fact that suffering was inevitable, that everyone gets old, gets sick, and dies. No one is beyond suffering. This tormented the Buddha. His mind was full of so much pain that he spent his whole life in search of something that could aid the mind in becoming peaceful. This is the spiritual path itself, from anxiety to peace. It's so funny. Yes, my friend, spirituality can absolutely help with overthinking, because that's what it's designed to do. Spirit means that you are not the mind. Spirituality means understanding this, how you are beyond the mind. Now, we do have a relationship with the mind, and if we have a healthy understanding of our true self, then we will have a healthy relationship with our mind also. The mind's role is very simple. It's here to serve your sense of self. If you have an unstable sense of self, then you will have an unstable mind. But if you have a stable sense of self, you will have a stable mind. What is a stable sense of self? It means knowing yourself to be beyond that which is unstable. It means knowing yourself as consciousness supreme, knowing yourself as the very space of experience and not defined by anything in it. It means that when you go to a movie, you recognize that all of the characters, all of the drama, it all occurs on the screen, but the screen itself is untouched. Okay, have you seen Oppenheimer? In Oppenheimer, there's a big explosion. That's no spoiler. No matter what movie you go to, let's say it has a big explosion in it. You watched an action movie. No matter how big the explosion was, did the movie screen get damaged? No matter how big the conflict was on your TV screen, did your TV screen get broken? This is the nature of life. That when life gets intense, we feel like we are breaking, we are getting damaged. But you are the movie screen, the place in which it happens. It cannot affect you. No matter how big of an explosion happens in Oppenheimer, the movie screen is unaffected. Likewise, no matter how big of an explosion happens in your mind, even if the whole reality begins to collapse, you are unaffected by these changes, because you are not what is being exploded. The explosion happens within you, sure, but you are the space in which that explosion occurs, and space cannot be blown up. What's there to remove? You're going to remove the concept of absence itself? You're going to remove the openness? It doesn't make sense. This is spiritual life. It means identifying with the movie screen rather than the drama that happens on it. That movie screen is known as consciousness, known as awareness, or in more classical times, it was known as soul or spirit. That's why it's called spirituality, but it could just as easily be called movie screenality. Thank you, Nadine Diaz, for your octet of roses. I'm happy you enjoyed that analysis. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you, Candle, for your finger heart and your flowers. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. And Annika, thank you for your rose. You're still awake? 6:20 in the morning? Oh my goodness. It's okay. I know that you will get some good rest. Namaste, Lumi. And someone with a beautiful name, whom I always say that you'll have to teach me how to pronounce. Thank you for your rose. Hare Krishna. I would like to begin to wrap this live stream up in a little bit. But I'm still happy to go on for a little bit. JV, you shared that your abusive dad died. How to find closure and peace. Don't want pain and anger and fear. Yes, I remember. This is a continuation of what we were talking about yesterday. Well, think about it this way. Just as yesterday, I said that all the good qualities of him live on. That all the love that you did experience, because nothing is ever black and white. Even those that have done us tremendous harm and have traumatized us, they've also given us love. And that's why it's so conflicting, because on one hand we experienced love, and on the other hand we experienced trauma. And now the trauma we can heal from, but love stays with us. We can accept that. The good news is the abuse that you felt, that dies with the death of your father. That the love did not die, but the abuse has gone. That whatever conflict was within them, it has subsided now. So we can be grateful in this aspect, that whatever pain they were merely trying to pass on to us, that pain has gone too, hasn't it? So, in two-part, know that all that is good lives on, but all that has come to bear pain subsides. Let the pain subside as well, and forgive yourself for all the conflict, because life is not easy to label. You don't have to label your experience with him as good or bad. You don't have to try to make it look like it was some way or not another. What you experienced is what you experienced, and that's enough. Your beauty has never been tainted. No amount of abuse can take you away from being who you're meant to be. So, though it is a conflicting experience, that conflict was not meant to be yours. You are here to inherit all that is good in the world. And when the time is ready, with all that goodness, you can attend to the pain and suffering. But peace is your inheritance. No matter how terrible the parent may be, it was never their intention to make the child suffer. Maybe life got in the way, and they ended up passing on so much suffering. but that was not your cause. You were not caused by a desire to bring someone in the world that I can bully. That's not the point of being born, especially on the side of your mother too, that you are a precious aspect of life that was here to be loved, and maybe some part of parenting did not express this. But it does not change the reason that you are here, that you are brought into this world, and that is to experience love. And love comes in many flavors, and sometimes love itself can be painful. But no matter what, your experience is unique and beautiful in heartbreaking ways. And I'm happy to be here with you on this journey. And by the way, thank you for your pair of hand hearts and your baker's dozen worth of community fests. Hari Om Tat Sat. Now, Greg Douglas, thank you for your subscription here also. I am only grateful to have you here, and in any way which we can continue to be there for each other on this spiritual journey. That is my honor. And thank you, Hannaka, for your rose too. And Ashley Quinn, thank you for your rose. It's getting quite dark. I shall try to wrap things up in a little bit. But I have a question of the day for you all. This I'd like to hear from you. Today I am wondering, what can never be lost to time? No matter how coarse the shifting sands of time may be, no matter how intense the weather, what can never be washed away, what can never be blown away by the wind or drowned in water, what can never be burnt by fire? You tell me. Gabriella, you share love. Love can never be lost to time. Love indeed, echoes Aaron. And Tattvam Asi, you share the I am. That consciousness, that beingness. Amor, shares Nadine Diaz. Energy, shares Magic. Awareness, shares Benjamin Button. And we can talk about that in a moment, Lynette. I want to hear from all of you. Hello, Felix. God in our hearts, shares Doug. That's beautiful. Moments of happiness, shares Beanie Rebecca. Hello, Marcy. The silent observer. I love that, Mr. Button. Lowered, you share energy. That's the only thing you can think of, and it comes in many forms. I love that observation. Soul, shares Entrepreneurs Academy. God's love, shares Gab. I am, shares Rasul Allah. I am Benjamin, shares Benjamin. Meritskos. Hey. And you share love, warmth, and caring between people. I love that. Hare Krishna, Morgan. And thank you for sending a subscription to Denise. That's very kind of you. And I'm always happy to have Denise here too. And that's a beautiful meaning of your name, Rasul Allah, Messenger of God, the Most High. Knowledge you gain, shares Lola. Space, shares Chloe. And Greg, you share again, love. And Magic, you share all we are, saying is energy. Just different names. I agree, Henry. Permanence is an elusive concept. You would like me to give a little finger heart for you when you see this, Marcy? You're at a concert in CLT right now. There's no way you can hear me. Oh, well. It's for you. M-A-R-C-Y. How do I say Marcy in sign language? M-A... That's about it. C-Y. I forgot the R. Macy. Close enough. Thank you. Thank you, B-Bort, for your pair of hand hearts. Here's some for you as well. Hariom Tat Sat. And if you're wondering what time is it at my place, it's 9:30 p.m. And I agree. Estefana Aguilar. All the answers are beautiful. And also time, shares lower. Time cannot be lost to itself. Good answer. Morgan, Atman can't be lost, even if you die. Soul connection, shares G to infinity. Inner spirit, shares Mal. And connection, shares Lydia. Thank you, everyone. Beanie Rebecca, you're wondering, do I know this one? Om Namah Shivaya. We did it last night for 15 minutes. It's even on YouTube. You can listen to it and join in yourself. So thank you for exploring this concept with me. I love all your answers. Indeed. So many ways in which we are expressing the same thing, really. And Olora, you had asked, can there be nothingness after death? Well, even if there is, then it must be the very same nothingness from which you were born. Isn't it so? If after death is nothing, then we can just as easily say that before birth is nothing. Okay. So, nothing, birth, life, death, nothing. We've started, or we've ended where we started, I should say. That is a cycle. And thank you, Vegar, for your wonderful rose. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Lynette, for your hand hearts and your flowers too. Jai Sita Ram. Brian O'Malley, thank you for your rose. Om Namah Shivaya. And Nadine Diaz, thank you for your heart, me too. Lynette, you would like us to talk more about abusive parents. It's something that a lot of people go through. And I've met a lot of people that have gone through it, and I can only speak indirectly since my parents have been very much loving. But I've still experienced trauma even though they intended on loving me. So I can relate with being traumatized. But to go out of one's way to punish a child for one's own suffering is a very dark thing indeed. But the good news is, no matter how dark your life has been, the light within you is ever so bright. Which is easy to say, but to put it into practical terms, what do I mean? Well, darkness, we know what it means. But light, what does this mean? It means that there is an awareness within you. There is a consciousness within you, a self-illuminating consciousness. That light lights up the whole world. And if you are still able to see the goodness in others, no matter how much horror you have experienced, then that is proof that the light within you never goes out, that no matter how much darkness surrounds you, the light of your soul shines ever so brightly. So, in this way, I have full faith that, regardless of the traumas that one has experienced in this life, we might call that something that our parents have given us. But if our parents have given us anything but love, then they are not our true parents, aren't they? A parent means that a source of concentrated love for your growth. If you find that elsewhere, then this is where your parental love comes from. You might not even call it your parent. You might not even know that you are being taken care of like a mother would or a father would in other ways. But no matter what, the universe always has a mother, a father for you. Sometimes in the same person, sometimes in more abstract ways. But you will always be taken care of, and that inner light will always be nurtured. Therefore, fear not, for no matter how much darkness you have experienced, the Divine Mother, the Divine Father, has always known you in their heart. Thank you, Be Bored, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Lily barfed. Thank you for your rosa. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Be Bored, for your 144 roses. That's a square, isn't it? 12 by 12 square. We could make a whole garden with that. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, JV, for your community fest. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Alcoholic Jesus, thank you for your community fest. And Chloe, thank you for your trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. Mermander, thank you for your heart. Me too, dear. Om Namah Shivaya. Peace is nice, you ask. Have I ever thought about that this existence is all in my head, and I'm the only one that exists? It's true. But that one consciousness in me is the very same consciousness in you. Therefore, the other beings are just as real as you, even if everything in between is a fabricated reality. Why is this so? Because consciousness means it's beyond all objects. So the same consciousness that must be in me must be beyond all the objects. This means that it has no definite location as here or there or anywhere. The only place consciousness could be is everywhere. That is what makes a subject and an object, is that an object has a location, it has a time, but consciousness does not. So what consciousness is in you must be the same consciousness in I. Though this whole world might be a fabrication for us to experience, at least we have each other. And thank you, Morgan, for your subscription that you sent as well to Benjamin Button and Michael Taylor. I see that you are already using the stickers, Benjamin, so I don't even have to tell you. That's fun. I appreciate that, and I'm very grateful that Morgan has provided an opportunity for us to have some fun together here. And Lynette, thank you for the "you're amazing." But you must be projecting, because all the amazement is within you. You are amazing, my dear. It is true. You are the light of lights. Though a gift is never expected, it's certainly appreciated. And press, you're wondering, how do you know when you're projecting? The answer is yes, because we only do that. Our perception of the world is precisely in tandem with our perception of ourself. The more good you see in others, the more good you feel in yourself. Hence, it befits everyone to have a kind of kindness and love and respect for this whole universe, because only then will we experience these things inside also. For the universe is yourself projected out. Hello, Tegs. You're new here, and you're already gifting 20 roses. Well, way to make a good impression. Thank you for your roses, dear. Hari Om Tat Sat. Now you've gifted another 20. It's okay. You never have to, because I'm always happy to have you here regardless. And I appreciate your generosity regardless. And Morgan, thank you for sending a subscription to Holly. The generosity is very much flowing tonight, and it's deeply humbling. Thank you. Manjira's sound is your favorite. Finally, you can name them correctly. I'm glad that could happen. You know, they have so many names. If you read the Wikipedia article for Manjira, there's about 20 names listed in the first paragraph alone. They're, I guess, a really popular instrument in the East. Many different cultures, but yet, it's the first time I've ever seen them. Good night, Hanaki. I'm so happy to hear that you're getting some rest. That's important. I'm happy to have you here, Lowert, as well. It is a fun instrument. Now, before we go tonight, because we're wrapping up, been 4 hours and 17 minutes so far, I would like to read from another short section of our book, and then I'd like to do a meditation with you all. I didn't prepare any today, so I guess we're going to do a simple one together without any music. I'll think about it while we're reading. Bye-bye, Hanika. Thank you, Gabriella, for your quintet of roses. Radhe Radhe. And Benjamin Button, thank you for your pair of roses too. Om Namah Shivaya. Hello, Priscilla. You love music. I believe this. So, I'd like to read from another part of this book. Today we are in the 4th chapter on embracing all. Swamishri, whom this book is centered around, was one who was in love and at ease all the time, as the title suggests. In this section of this chapter, we're learning about how he shared his love and he was at ease no matter who he was talking to. He was happy to help, especially the underrepresented, the minorities. To embrace all is to discern what someone needs in the moment without being told, even if it is a small gesture of recognition or appreciation. Swamishri possessed a remarkable ability to catch such subtleties. When Swamishri visited the homes of his devotees, his bhaktas in Sanskrit, the men bhaktas were often so excited that they made a fuss of Swamishri's brahmacharya maryada, which means celibacy discipline. Swamishri would stop them from ushering the women out of the room or the kitchen, or even asking them to turn around. And when they insisted on clearing the room or path, swiftly Swamishri took matters into his own hands. Swamishri also never ignored Bhai Bhaktas, which is a beautiful term that refers to his female devotees. and always highlighted their contributions to the workforce, home life, families, satsang, which means true association, and overall society, to further ensure others did not gloss over them either. Swamishri stepped out of a bhakta's car and noticed that the family members and neighbors inside Motilal Chug's narrow suburban London home were scrambling to clear the tapered foyer and kitchen. They knew that Swamishri would not be able to get to the living room without passing through the cozy kitchen. The volunteers traveling with the sadhus, the monks, could hear the ladies of the home quickly leaving the kitchen as Swamishri walked into the home. Swamishri, too, noticed the flurry of activity. Instead of turning left into the living room, Swamishri walked into the now still kitchen. The aroma of a roasting bhakri filled the air. Swamishri took a whiff and realized that the bhakri was soon going to burn. He gently picked it up with his thumb and index finger and flipped it into a nearby dish. He scooped up a dollop of thick ghee, which is clarified butter, and evenly spread it as it melted on the crisp golden bhakri. I love that. He notices that they didn't finish cooking something, so he goes and finishes cooking it. It was ready to be served to Hari Krishna Maharaj, which is the image of the divine that he takes with him everywhere, with the dinner tall. He turned to the bhaktas in the hallway and said, "Serving the divine is the greatest seva, selfless service and bhakti, loving devotion. Never interrupt those who are serving unless you are going to step in and finish their seva, their service for them." He walked into the living room and met the bhaktas gathered there for his darshan, his viewing presence. He addressed the bhaktas while praising Bhai bhaktas for their seva. The contributions of the Bhai bhaktas, the female devotees in our mandirs, homes, and society often goes unnoticed, he began. They too contribute to critical aspects of society. Their bhakti and seva is unmatched, their loving devotion and selfless service. Respect and appreciate their seva, for they are the backbone of our satsang and our society, he said. Though the Bhai bhaktas were sitting on the other side of the house, they could hear Swamishri's voice and feel his warmth. Swamishri ensured that the prasadi bhakri, the bhakri which was offered to the divine, from Hari Krishna Maharaj's thal was brought back to the ladies. Swamishri did more than just to save an otherwise wasted bhakri. He shared his attention to those who felt ignored or were given a limited role to play. It was his way of saying, "Thank you, sorry, and I appreciate you," without saying anything at all. To embrace all is to vocally acknowledge everyone's contributions, even the little things. And Swamishri did both so often. Swamishri sat down for lunch 30 minutes before scheduled. I was scrambling to prepare his lunch. Krishna Vallabha Swami was still on his way from the BAPS North America headquarters in Piscataway, New Jersey. Swamishri had gone earlier that morning to grace the offices and the volunteers who diligently served the organization over the last few years. His cook had stayed behind to tour the kitchen facilities which prepared the sanctified food made in accordance with the tradition's dietary guidelines. As a result, several people quickly came into the kitchen on the first floor to hurry me upstairs. But it was taking me time to warm the food and prepare the dough to make warm rotis. Pardon me. I left the dough in Yogi Charandas Swami's capable hands and rushed upstairs with the thal. Bhaktas, devotees from the Old Bridge and Matawan areas of central New Jersey were sharing details about their local satsang activities in their own towns. Kiran Bhai, also known as Nigos Patel, then drew a conclusion. Swamishri, our local satsang activities run on the strength of our Bhai Bhaktas, our lady devotees. Their bhakti and seva, loving devotion and selfless service are unparalleled. Most of us often fall short on time and energy commitments. Their dedication is unfathomable. I ask that you bless us so that we can find the strength to love and serve in the way they do. Give us the inspiration and strength to find that bhakti and seva within our hearts. I remember the moment clearly. I was placing cauliflower, peas, and tomato subzi in Swamishri's wooden bowl when I heard Swamishri's hand gently tap on the table. That is impossible, Kiran. It will not happen. The level of outright bhakti and seva that I have seen in the Bhai Bhaktas is near impossible to achieve. It is selfless. They want nothing in return. It is based on their spiritual connection with God and Guru. We can strive for it, but do not compare yourselves with them. And it is not just your local satsang activities. Our organization, and in fact, entire communities, runs on their faith and strength. Hence, respect their contributions. As a 24-year-old man, this was one of the most hands-on lessons in gender equality and respect that I learned from my guru. His appreciation and esteem inspired everyone in that room to strive for the same with women in their lives and, on a broader level, to not lose sight of their vital roles and contributions in an otherwise patriarchal environment. Swamishri pushed back against dated customs and beliefs that women could only perform certain tasks or sevas within the organization. He would reprimand elderly bhaktas who reinforced the chauvinistic idea that women must cook or serve in the kitchen. He reminded me on several occasions that I should cook at home and give my mother time off. Your mother, has a career and works hard. She does it to provide for you and the family. You should take on meal prep and cooking so that she can rest, he said. I remember that she has health issues as well. Serve her as you would serve me. She deserves it. Despite maintaining distance, Swamishri was always keen to help with his maryada. His celibacy was not an excuse to avoid assisting whenever possible. I'm going to pause our reading of In Love at Ease there for now. But thank you for listening. I'm very much enjoying this section of this chapter, let alone the whole book. Mermander, you share that Swamishri makes you feel proud to be a lady. That makes me happy to hear, as you should. Actually, I remember learning one time that Swami, which is a name for a monk in Hinduism, it literally means husband of the divine feminine. That they choose not to marry any particular person so that they can marry the divine feminine, which courses through the veins of this entire creation. And I love that. And Lynette, you're wondering, when can you see this on YouTube? Well, within the next 6 hours or so. I'll upload this and all the clips to YouTube. It's the first thing I do after I go back inside. And Mermander, you're wondering, may we have a nightly hug? Yes, I think so. I think so indeed. I'll have to bring you to me this time. Because if I go forward, I'm going to push my microphone against the umbrella, and then everything's going to go to hell. So I'm going to have to ask you to come here Come here. There. You can rest your head on my shoulder, and I can tell you that all of you are doing as best as you can, given what experiences that are available to you. I want you to know that you are cared for not just by me in this community, by the whole universe, and wherever you go, you will be taken care of. Sometimes the universe likes to test you, but not so it can break you down, but so it can build you up. It can be mischievous too, but it's all for the sake of benevolence. You got this. Now, thank you to those who sent a gift while we read as well. Oh, Benjamin Button, you sent another pair of roses. I love you. A tiny. Yippee! An applause. I have one for you too. And a pair of roses, a community fest, a music play, and another 6 roses. Thank you. Jai Sitaram. And Gabriella, thank you for your quintet of roses. And your 10 roses as well as 5 of them. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Usha, thank you for your trio of finger hearts and your 7 roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I was reading about your guru today. Vishwa Guruji. I love him already. I was listening to him speak about love, and it was so lovely. And Priscilla, thank you for your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 roses. And you are the best of them all. Priscilla, of all the roses, you are a beautiful flower in yourself. Thank you, dear. Obrigado. And Night Eyes, thank you for your 333 roses. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. And Mars, ooh, a TARDIS in your profile picture. Thank you for your pair of roses. Hare Krishna. I love you too, Priscilla. And Tegs, thank you for your 10 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Gabriella, you are always appreciated here. And thank you, Lynette, for your, 516 roses. Well, that's enough for each of us to go home with 2 of them. How nice. That's so sweet of you, Lynette. I could feed Sandy for days. For 3 days, maybe. Nah, knowing him, he could probably eat 500 roses in a couple hours. Easy. That's very sweet of you. And such a beautiful show of generosity, which, though is never expected, is deeply appreciated. And I hope to give back to you in a way that makes up for this contribution. And Benjamin Button, thank you for your love, you. And 50 roses too. Om Namah Shivaya. Gab, you share, it's time to sleep for you. Well, thank you for being here. Your love is well received, and I send you it back. And now, I'd like to begin to wrap this live up, but before we do, I'd want to do a meditation together. Normally, I prepare a meditation, but today I forgot. So we're going to have to do an impromptu one that doesn't require any background music to chant along with. And what easier mantra is there to do but Om? So I think we can do Om chanting a little bit. I think that would be fun. And yes, I will be kind to myself, Mermander. I'll have a good sleep. And you stay for the meditation, Gab. You can't go to sleep without it. Well, I'm glad that you'll use it to relax. Indeed, the pranava. Indeed, Benjamin. The omkar. The cosmic syllable. Thank you, Lynette. So I'm going to minimize the background music so that we can focus entirely on Om. But Om is very simple to chant. But it's also very deep and profound, since it represents the entirety of the universe and all of its aspects. As we talked about earlier in this live, when you break apart the sound Om from a process called Sandhi, which is the joining together of sounds, it deconstructs into 4 components. Which is in the chest, represents absolute existence, coming into being. Ooh, which is in the throat, represents pervading existence. Which is in the mouth, just in front of the teeth, which represents the dissolving of existence. And it's hard to articulate the difference here. But while your mouth is closed, you bring up the tongue to the back of your throat, soft palate, I should say. You close off the airflow, so it resonates in your nasal cavity, and that's the difference between the nasalization at the end is the 4th quarter of Om, and that represents the impersonal reality, which pervades all 3: creation, preservation, destruction, waking, dreaming, deep sleep. And what was the other 3? The causal, the subtle, and the physical. Basically, every trinity is always pervaded by some 4th aspect. Turiya. Indeed. Alright, without further ado, we will be chanting Om together to end this Sangha. Om. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you for chanting or just listening. That was our Pranam Mantra Japa for tonight. So with that, we will bring this Sangha to a close, but I hope the vibrations of Om stay with you. I see your message, Lynette. Now that my eyes are open. And thank you, Benjamin, for your love, your 50 roses and a tiny you sent earlier. Yippee! And Tattvam Asi, thank you for your trio of roses. And thank you, Gabriella, for your trio of finger heart me's. Oh my goodness. Your trio of finger hearts and the heart me. Hariom Tat Sat. And my goodness, Lynette, now I see why you're trying to get my attention. You sent a lion. Wow. That is quite a spectacular gift, isn't it? I don't think I have ever been gifted anything of this quality. And now I really have to get back to you. Since you have given me something so generous, I hope to give back, truly. I know that we had a lot of discussion today on abuse and parentage, and I'm really grateful that we had that opportunity to discuss those things, because those are really important to me. And I want you to especially know that no matter what you go through in this life, be it the darkness of childhood, there is a light within you that remains unbroken, the light which illuminates this whole universe from within. And I will greatly and gladly be there to remind you whenever I can. And besides live streams such as this, my inbox is always open to anyone and everyone who wishes to confide in me. I never claim to know the answers, nor do I feel like I always can be of help, but in any way that I can, I definitely will be. And thus, I am going to extend that offer to you again, that if I can be of service to you, I will. But thank you, Lynette, for such a token of gratitude, and it's very humbling, and it's a reminder of how much goodness I can give back to you all, since you are all definitely deserving of it. My goodness, so much love to give you all. It is your inheritance. And thank you, Dob Darker, as well, for your heart me. Hariom Tat Sat. And Benjamin Button, thank you for your roses. Radhe Radhe. Lindsay, thank you for your pair of roses too. Hariom Tat Sat. Mangan, you made me a poem? Well, I'd be delighted to hear it. If you can fit it in a TikTok comment, I'd be impressed. But some poetry is short and concise. Otherwise, I'd be very honored to read it on another platform too. Thank you, Doug, for your 9 roses too. Jai Sitaram. And Benjamin Button, thank you for your GG and love you. And balloons. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Melinda, for your rose. Radhe Radhe. And Mermander, oh my goodness, thank you for your shooting stars. There's enough of them to make a wish for everyone. So everyone here, we may make a wish, thanks to the shooting stars that Mermander sent. Megan, you share. You'll try to fit the poem you made into 4 messages. All right. I look forward to reading it. Oh, and Lynette, I also wanted to say with the lion that you sent, a lion always represents bravery, but loyalty and the sense of service. Kingly sentiment always comes with that of service to, well, those in which they have dominion with. I believe the Sanskrit word for lion is simha, where we get the word Simba, like in The Lion King, which is fun. All right, I'll read your poem, Mangin, as you're sending it. I also want to thank Benjamin Button for your balloons, your disco love, your rosa, and your 42 roses. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Lynette, you share that you're a astrological sign that I don't know, but I'm going to guess that it's a Leo, maybe. That would make sense, because that's the lion. That's your zodiac sign. Is it a Leo? I am afraid I don't know my astrology symbols. And Mermandar, thank you for your garland headpiece and your 29 and a baker's dozen roses. Radhe Radhe. That's your zodiac sign and your favorite gift. Well, how wonderful is that? Oh, that's wonderful. I love kittens, big and small. So thank you. Now, Mangin, your poem. Your fear is for something that has already happened. The practice of pain is your mother tongue. The breakdown is the fantasy of a sudden new reality, conditioning the subject that is you. So you're spiraling for change, living practices of hope. You realize the right to frame a whole body. Politic youth is the continence of our culture. Now you are a true poet, that is for sure. What wonderful words you share. And I appreciate this just as much as I would a rose or any other gift. That's wonderful, and I thank you dearly for sharing this poem with me. That is definitely an art that you are gifted in, and I hope that you are able to share it with so many more. July 28th, Sarah Jeanette. Well, that's in a month from now, isn't it? Almost exactly. Well, Lynette, with the birthday of July 28th, July 28th being the birthday of Lynette, having a birthday of July 28th, I say it 3 times so I can remember this. Thank you, Mermander, for your 348 roses. I am not sure what spirit of Lakshmi, the goddess of prosperity, has come through all of you tonight, but I am deeply honored to bear witness to it. And thank you, Mangin, or Manjan, for your 7 roses and a tiny. Yippee! And Tin Man, you share that yours is July 25th. Well, we're going to have a birthday party for you all next month. There are fireworks somewhere. What day is it? I don't know. Well, July 1st is coming up, Canada Day. Maybe people have some extras. Anyway, we've come to the end of this Sangha. So, it's Canada Day weekend, that's right, isn't it? But I'm very grateful for this presence here. And you are very kind, Lynette. I am only grateful for this opportunity to be here with you all. And Chris, you share your birthday is June 30th. Well, tomorrow? My goodness. Well, if I don't see you tomorrow, well, happy birthday, Chris. Mormander, you share that you only wish you could do more. Well, that is the spirit of bhakti, of loving devotion, isn't it? And I feel the same way to you all. Yeah, no matter how much struggle in my own life, I'm only grateful to go through it so that I can relate with all of you and everyone who's going through such similar things. Thank you, Michael. Oh, it's June 30th today. Well, it is the 29th where I live still. I forgot about that. I'm in a very late time zone. I'm in the past. Well, if it's today, then happy birthday. I'm only grateful that I get to be here for part of your birthday. And yes, that's right. Thank you for taking the time to share a piece of it with us, your presence here. May you have a wonderful trip around the sun, just as this one has been a source of experience, wisdom for you. So I'm going to wrap things up for tonight, but the live stream will be recorded, as it is already, and uploaded to my YouTube channel, Yamsox Lives, and I hope to be here tomorrow too. Tomorrow we'll be doing ASMR Sunday, which just means it'll be soft-spoken the whole time. And it'll be extra full of love and affirmation so that we may relax. And I love you, Gaia. You would like me to share one sentence with me for you? My sentence for you is, you are loved. So, may this live stream be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, the form of the divine which I see exemplified in all of you. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, 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 Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Shyam Shyam, Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Gabriella, for your finger heart. Here's one for you, too. Good night, Chris. May you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.